The Electric Power Industry Development Program will receive the highest allocation at 676 million, followed by the Energy Efficiency and Conservation and Alternative Fuels and Technologies programs. By budget utilization, covering the period from 2019 up to September of 2025, fiscal year 2023 recorded the highest utilization rate of 99%, with 2.331 billion pesos obligated out of the 2.362 billion pesos total budget allotment for that year. On the other hand, the highest disbursement rate was recorded in fiscal year 2024, with 85% or 2.251 billion pesos disbursed out of the 2.653 billion pesos obligated. This slide shows, in line with the Department of Energy's objective to ensure energy security for the country, we respectfully seek the Committee's consideration for additional funding for fiscal year 2026 to support our proposed Philippine Graduometry and Scientific Survey project, which aims to acquire modern geophysical data to enhance the petroleum prospectivity of underexplored areas in the Philippines. For fiscal year 2026, or in its first phase of implementation, the project has a proposed budget of 626 million pesos with a total project cost of 2.79 billion pesos over this four-year implementation period. Next slide, please. Presented our priority legislative agenda. The key legislative priorities of the Department of Energy are amendments to the Electric Power Industry Reform Act, which will strengthen the ERC, NEA, and the powers of the DOE. Amendments to DOI, the Regulation Act, which will incorporate fair trade practices and safeguards, as well as the authority of the President to suspend or reduce excise taxes on fuels. Amendments to Biofuels Act that will allow imported blend if domestic supply is expensive. Waste to Energy Bill, which aims to allow the use of waste to energy technologies in electricity, fuel, and heat generation. Energy Transition Act, which mandates the country's preparation of the energy transition plan that shall include national targets, annual target reduction of GHG emissions, and compliance mechanisms. And the last is the Energy Storage Bill, which aims to improve the reliability and flexibility of the grid to accommodate the growing demand for cleaner and renewable energy sources of electricity, such as, but not limited to, solar and wind as part of the country's just transition plans. Under the reference scenario of the Philippine Energy Plan 2023 to 2050, we see a significant expansion in power generation from 111.52 TWh in 2022 to about 453.81 TWh by 2050. In 2022, coal provided nearly 60% of the country's power supply. By 2050, this significantly drops to 14%, reflecting our efforts to transition to cleaner and more sustainable energy sources. At the same time, natural gas plays a critical role as a transition fuel. Its share increases from 16% in 2022 to 35% by 2050, giving reliability and flexibility support to balance variable renewable energy while ensuring a stable power system. Mr. Chair, that ends our presentation. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Asek. We now go to ERC, represented by Chairman Juan.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this opportunity for us to present the Commission and its proposed budget, as well as its major accomplishments over these past few months. So next slide, please. So the ERC is a quasi-judicial, quasi-legislative body that was created pursuant to EPIRA, and its fundamental mandates are, among them would be to regulate the rates of the distribution and transmission sectors and promote competition, particularly in the generation and supply sectors, all with the purpose of promoting and protecting consumer welfare. Next slide, please. So these are our constituencies. First would be, of course, the consumers, then the two regulated sectors, and then competitive sectors. Next slide, please. So at a glance, these are the industry stakeholders for the electric power industry. We have the generation companies, whose favor we issue the certificates of compliance before they can commercially operate. And then we have the transmission concessionaire NGCP, whose rates are regulated by the ERC. And for the distribution, the 142 distribution utilities are composed of 120 electric cooperatives and 22 private utilities. And then the 154 licensed retail suppliers that operate in the retail sector. Next slide, please. So these are the major accomplishments in terms of numbers done by the ERC from January 2024 to September 2025. Being a quasi-judicial body, we issue orders and decisions on cases filed with ERC, and among the cases filed would be power supply agreements, rate reset, approvals of capex, approvals of point-to-point connections by generation companies, and as well as issuance of orders penalizing industry participants for violation of rules, and issuance of rules and regulations to govern the different sectors of the power industry. Next slide, please. So just to zero in on the accomplishments of the ERC these past 2 months, from August to October 2025, we have already issued 414 decisions and orders. Of these, 78 were final decisions, 310 were final orders, and 61 orders were interlocutory, and they are either the provisional authorities and interim relief orders. We have also, as part of our licensing functions, issued already 1,658 certificates of compliance, provisional authorities to operate, and the COC for our distributed energy resources, for the net metering customers or the qualified end users, and we've issued one retail electricity supply license. Insofar as the issuance of the relevant rules and regulations that will govern our rate setting moving forward, we have actually already approved the revised or the rationalized rules for setting the distribution utilities rates under the PBR, and together with the issuance and approval of this resolution, we had to decide on what valuation methodology to adopt for Meralco in relation to the Supreme Court ruling in Nasicor versus Meralco, and we have adopted the trending method for this, so it can also proceed. And finally, we have issued the resolution that will require the filing by the private distribution utilities of their confirmation, true-up and confirmation applications, or what we call the actual weighted average tariff applications of the various distribution utilities, similar to what Meralco has filed that resulted to the refund order that was issued by the ERC earlier. Next slide, please. In so far as the rulemaking, in addition to the rules governing the way forward for the reset for the private distribution utilities, we have promulgated the amendments to the net metering rules, so we can streamline further the application process for the net metering in compliance with the directives of the President as announced in the SONA. We have also adopted some rules that will simplify and speed up some of our processes with the adoption of the summary of proceedings in various applications, category of applications filed before ERC, such as those for P2P or point-to-point capex over under CPCN and BSUP or business separation and bundling. We have also adopted some amendments already to the customer choice programs rules that will make it easier for the applicants to a REST license to be able to obtain such license, so we can encourage the entry of more REST in our retail sector. Then we have also issued and adopted the amendments to our Section 43P guidelines or the public offering requirement. And these guidelines or these amendments will actually prevent the discrimination of the smaller generation companies, because currently if the requirement is imposed indiscriminately on all the generation companies and distribution utilities, not all will be able to comply with the mode of compliance that is through the PSE listing, because not all of them are in possession of the qualifications to be able to publicly list. We have also several other various resolutions that we issued for public consultation, and we hope to be able to conclude our consultations thereon and issue these resolutions or amendments to these resolutions before the year ends. Next slide, please. So these are just some of our targets until end of 2025, and that will include the proposed amendments to the Philippine Breed Code and the JAP resolutions in support of the DOV's JAP auctioning, and the amendments to our CSP rules and the adoption of the ASPA rules. This pertains to the adoption of the outcome of the competitive selection process in the review by ERC of the power supply agreements filed before it. Next slide, please. So these are our major thrusts for 2026, for which we would be needing the budget that we are proposing now, and these are the major thrusts. We will continue to perform our mandate to set the rates of the distribution utilities and the NGCP. We will address the backlog by coming out with timely resolution of all pending cases. We will enhance our oversight and our monitoring of the competitive sectors. We will come out with decisions that are predictable and rational, and of course, in the performance of all this, we shall have always the interest of the consumers in mind.
Chairman, before you continue, let me acknowledge the presence of Senator J.B. Arcino.
Thank you. So next slide, please. These are the 5 major thrusts, and for our budget is a slight reduction from our last year's approved budget. Our proposed was 906 million, but the President's DNEP was slightly reduced to 905 million. Next slide, please. So that is a slight reduction owing to the reduction in PS budget. Next slide. So insofar as our utilization, we're trying to address this right now. We are already above 50% utilization, and this will further increase before the year ends because bulk of the unutilized budget right now of ERC is on consultancy, and with our recent adoption of the RRTW to finally restart the reset process for the private distribution utilities, we shall be able to make good use of this remaining budget. And right now, our BAC is already preparing for the procurement of these needed resources to assist us in our rate reset process, which we anticipate will happen with the filing by the first group, Meralco included, by January 19, 2026 of their rate reset applications. Next slide, please. So again, that is the utilization rate over the years. Next slide. And in terms of the revenues that we are able to earn out of the supervision and regulatory fees, including the penalties that we are able to collect on behalf of the National Treasury, we have already at present 1.3 billion remittance to the National Treasury versus our budget of 906. So we're actually contributing more than what we are being allocated as our budget. Next slide, please. So that will be all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Juan. Next will be Administrator Almeida of the NEA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. The National Electrification Administration hereby presents its fiscal year 2026 corporate operating budget as included in the National Expenditure Program of the government in the amount of 9,469,417,000. First, may we humbly present NEA's recent accomplishments. NEA is primarily responsible for pursuing and implementing the state's rural electrification program to bring electricity even in missionary or economically unviable areas in the countryside through the electric cooperatives as its implementing arm. With the combined efforts of NEA and the electric cooperatives, the rural electrification program has reached its 16 million consumer connection in 2024. As of July 31, 2025, the data on the energization status of the franchise areas of the ACs shows that 79 provinces, 1,485 municipalities and cities, 36,067 barangays, 130,519 sitios, and 16.81 million connections have been provided with electricity. The NEA targets to energize its 17 million connection in December 2025. The NEA currently in its phase 2 in city electrification program has already energized 10,270 sitios, equivalent to 54% of the 19,087 target, based on the master plan submitted by the EC's utilization rate for the years 2020 and 2024 ranges. Utilization rate for years 2020 to 2024 ranges from 96 to 99%. Remaining balances of which consist of retention balances and savings, which will be further used for priority projects. For 2025, GAA projects are either in the procurement or construction phase. Nonetheless, we were able to energize 805 sitios as of September 30, 2025. For barangay line enhancement projects, the NEA already enhanced 34 barangay lines, sourced from the savings from prior year subsidy. For 2025 BLEP, projects are either ongoing, bidding, or implementation. Next slide, please. The NEA flagship, the NEA's new flagship program, which utilizes renewable energy, is the photovoltaic mainstreaming project. This project aims to provide electricity service to dispersed households where distribution lines are either physically or technically unviable for extension to standalone solar home systems. As of September 2025, 40 ECs are implementing solar home systems project, while 7 ECs implement installation of solar facility in public school buildings. Relatively, the NEA and DepEd entered into a memorandum of agreement to energize far of schools that remain without reliable access to electricity, commonly known as the last mile schools. The first energization ceremony under the program was held at Datu Saldong Domino Elementary School. This is the first out of the 295 planned projects under the last mile school electrification program for the year 2025. The remaining projects are intended to be fully bidded out by the end of the year. In response to the clamor of member consumer owners, NEA promptly addressed the power crisis in Siquijor and Siargao. In compliance with the directive of President Marcos, NEA expedited repairs on power generation sets, gen sets, and also facilitated the transport and installation of additional gen sets from the Palawan Electric Cooperative to help secure electricity supply. Recently, the NEA, under the direction of DOE, facilitated the execution of an emergency supply agreement which will provide Siquijor with an installed capacity of 17 megawatts and a dependable capacity of 12.5 megawatts, well above the province's peak demand. The NEA, in collaboration with Prochalco and the new power producer, rapidly constructed, tested, and commissioned the new power plants to ensure reliable and sustainable power for the province. Likewise, power returned to Siargao, Bukas Grande Islands, which endured 13 days of blackouts after commissioning a 4 megawatt modular generator set. The generator set was part of the imported alternative sources of electricity delivered by the neighboring cooperatives to Siargao. Currently, Siargao secured approval from the NEA for loan availment to finalize the construction of the new 69 kV submarine cable distribution line
from Barangay Cagdianao to Barangay Doña Helen and Barangay Bagakay to Dapa in Surigao del Norte,
and switching 7 stations to address the overloading issue and accommodate the Siargao Islands' growing power demand. Masbate was among the rarest places under state of calamity after Typhoon Opong. Through the Task Force Kapatid, we were able to restore the down 1,200 distribution backbone poles. In less than 19 days, we were able to restore the distribution backbone. And at present, household restoration is now at 80%. So we expect full household restoration by the end of the month. Indeed, the NEA Task Force Kapatid demonstrated relevance with its steadfast commitment to solidarity and prompt disaster response, especially during the onslaught of the 5 major typhoons in 2024, Julian, Christine, Marcy, Nika, and Pepito, which affected 22 electric cooperatives, while in 2025, Task Force Kapatid responded to Tropical Cyclone Emong, which affected 2 ECs, Tropical Cyclone Nando, which affected 1 EC, and Tropical Cyclone Opong, which impacted 4 ECs. Among NEA's other accomplishments and as part of its commitment to leave no EC behind, the NEA has conducted competitive selection process for 19 ECs, both on off-grid and on-grid and off-grid, in accordance with the prevailing DOE and ERC CSP guidelines. Through these CSPs, the NEA has assisted cooperatives in securing stable and competitively priced electricity. It is also noteworthy that the Civil Service Commission recognized NEA for adopting its Prime HR and received the Prime HRM Bronze Award Maturity Level 2. Moreover, NEA was able to maintain its existing ISO 9001 and 2015 certification, adhering to the principle of good governance, and was awarded as a top 3 ranking GOCC in fiscal year 2023 corporate governance scorecard for GOCC. Lastly, NEA attained an overall customer satisfaction score of 96.8%. In compliance with President Marcos Jr.'s directive of total electrification by 2028, NEA holds steadfast its three-pronged strategy comprising of city electrification program, barangay line enhancement program for grid extension, and PV mainstreaming as an off-grid solution or for those areas that are not reached by the grid. The table shows updated electrification plan, funding of which still requires subsidy appropriation of 61 billion to implement projects from 2026 to 2028. With those accomplishments, they assures the government that we continue to provide essential services and that our fiscal year 2026 budget will be utilized accordingly. As presented in the slide, the NEA's budget as contained in the NEP and as categorized by expense class are as follows: 63% for maintenance and other operating expenses, which includes subsidy from national government for rural electrification in the amount of 5.6 billion for the connection of approximately 93,849 households to the implementation of the strategized rural electrification and operational reliability for ECs and SRF, and administrative and financial expenses of 314 million. 28% for capital outlay, which covers loans for ECs, CapEx, and other financial requirements of 2.6 billion, and procurement of office equipment, ICT, technical equipment, and motor vehicles that needed for its operation in the amount of 48 million. The 9% is for personal services cost of 517 million for 348 Pantilla positions and 337 million for the separation benefits of NEA employees who were legally separated in 2003 by virtue of RE 9136 or the IPIRA law. Next slide, please. As to fund source, 60% of the NEA's budget will be sourced from the national government for its electrification projects, 8% as equity contribution from the government, and 32% from NEA internally generated funds or corporate funds, which will cover its operational expenditures. Comparatively, our fiscal year 2026 is 12% higher than fiscal year 2025 due to the increase in budgetary support from the government and our provision for loan releases to ECs. NEA appreciates the DBM's recommended subsidy level for electrification projects for fiscal year 2026, as we aim to achieve at least 92% electrification level by 2026. We hope to secure the remaining 24.32 billion or 81% of our proposed budget, which will energize approximately 505,413 more households. To affirm, next slide please. To affirm that NEA can effectively utilize and maximize its proposed budget, we humbly present the NEA's recent financial performance. For 2024, Subsidy appropriation, NEA utilized 98% of its allotments for program projects, 72% of which was already
disbursed to ECs. For SEP alone, they already reached 98% obligation and 80% disbursement rate, notwithstanding the provision stated in the 24 GA wherein subsidies released to
GOCCs shall be valid until fully expended. NEA is committed to fully disburse the subsidies immediately. All projects are on track except for the installation of the solar power system in Zamboanga City, in which the NEA had encountered some delays in the EC's submission of documents. However, we are still committed to fully obligate the funds by end of 2025. For the year 2025, NEA's overall utilization rate is already at 93%, and is on track to reach 100% utilization rate by 2025, by end of 2025. 4 months from the receipt of SARO in May in the amount of 3.6 billion, the NEA already obligated 91% of its allotments and disbursed 27% to ECs. Majority of projects are still undergoing implementation. Nonetheless, the NEA is projecting disbursement rate of 51% by end of 2025.
As to the remaining projects, the SARO of which was only received in August 2025, projects are still undergoing procurement. To meet our expenditure targets in 2025, NEA will continue to adopt the following catch-up plans as indicated.
For our corporate financial report, for our corporate financial targets rather, for fiscal year 2025, charges to budget already reached 73% for in-house expenditures, collected 99.5% of EC's loan amortizations due, and released loans to ECs at 1.98 billion pesos. We would like to emphasize that NEA's financing scheme contributed to the revenue of NEA, which financed the agency's operating expenses. NEA as a GOCC primarily sources its revenues from the interest income earned in its lending function. For the status of COA audit in its examination of NEA's operations for the current year, 2024, the Commission on Audit raised concerns regarding the agency's treatment of engineering, administrative, and overhead expenses, the EAO, from calendar year 2011 to 2024. Due to these concerns, COA issued a qualified audit opinion on the fairness of the presentations of NEA's financial statements as of December 31, 2024. Alongside, COA issued 127 audit observation memoranda, 100 of which were fully implemented, complied with, while 22 AOMs are still under monitoring as to the management full compliance of the 102 audit recommendations as embodied in the issued 2024 annual audit report. Out of the 102 audit recommendations, 53 were fully implemented, while 49 are either ongoing or partially implemented as of September 2025. To provide flexibility and to fast-track implementation of projects, we appeal for modification in the special provision set forth in the NEP. In this slide, we appeal that the engineering and administrative overhead be treated as operational revenues in AS books. This is to cover funding requirement for all operational expenses of organic positions dedicated to the monitoring, supervision, evaluation, and liquidation of government subsidy projects, considering that NEA is facing a lot of government subsidy projects compared to prior years. NEA is wholly dependent on its operational and service income in funding its mandate. The exclusion of EAO in NEA's income will greatly hamper its capacity to properly and timely implement the rural electrification program. In fact, the NEA has been forced to stop the higher hiring of additional personnel, adversely affecting the timely implementation of the government projects. NEA submits letter requesting consideration for the modification of the special provision to House of Representatives and the Senate of the Philippines on September 2, 2025. Also, we request to include the provision that the NEA can release calamity funds to ECs even with unliquidated subsidies from regular electrification projects. Further, we appeal to add that in justifiable cases, NEA may conduct the bidding and or release the funds to the project implementer other than the subject ECs. Lastly, we appealed for the retention of the special provision on augmentation beyond the approved COB to provide NEA more flexibility in the use of available funds. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Energy, Senator Pia Cayetano. Next will be NPC. And it's good to see you, Jericho. Kala ko sa tobacco ka lang ngayon. Diesel na linalanghap mo.
Buti naman, lumipat na.
Diesel engines na ngayon ang naaamoy mo ngayon. Missionary electricity.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I'm happy and proud to be the president of the National Power Corporation. Senator Marcoleta, Senator Cayetano, Senator Ejercito. I'm honored to present the NAPOCOR budget to the Honorable Committee. We will first go through the summary of accomplishments presented per 4 mandates of NAPOCOR. Hindi lang po kami diesel, Mr. Chair. So our first mandate is to provide power where no one else will go. We operate in 168 islands. That's 181 power plants serving 5.3 million Filipinos and giving a dependable capacity of 193 megawatts. We have 14 substations with a total substation capacity of 225 MVA, and we provide 1,173.92 circuit kilometers for Filipino users free of charge. On our second mandate, protecting nature's battery, this is our watershed management. We have 11 watershed areas, and for this year, 2025 alone, we have rehabilitated 550 hectares, which added amount to a total coverage of 147,434 hectares of our watersheds that total 485,000 hectares. This 2025 addition of 550 hectares added 3,850 tons of carbon sequestration. I want to emphasize that here in our watershed management, while certain groups would talk about the diesel plants of NAPOCOR, I'd like to highlight that our carbon footprint is 455,000 metric tons per year, but our watersheds offset this carbon footprint because we offset it with 35.8 million metric tons. So ang footprint po namin, 455,000, pero ang balik po namin sa aming watershed ay 35.8 million. In our third pillar, which is propelling clean energy, we have 12 dams where we do this delicate balance of controlled spilling operations. We make sure that the dams have adequate water and hindi po kami magsispill that will affect communities downstream. In order to do that, we do sessions with communities for them to understand, especially yung mga basura, para ma-protect yung dam natin. And at the same time, informing our stakeholders kung magsispilling po kami. Hindi po kami basta-basta nagsispilling. We do coordinated efforts. And under my leadership, we're planning to add localized weather stations in every single dam. And we are currently even crunching the numbers of the past 30 years para maintindihan po namin ng mga weather patterns through the years. And we can do our spilling operations in a more scientific manner. Our fourth and last pillar, which is providing national energy security through the management and operation of our remaining generating assets. These are remaining on-grid generation assets, particularly the 7 hydroelectric power plants of the Agus and Polangi complex, provides 25 to 30% of clean energy to the Mindanao grid. We give a dependable capacity of 929 megawatts, with a gross generation in 2024 of 4,491 gigawatt hours. Because of this operation, we give a plus 8.769 billion. This is net po na pera na binibigay po namin at tinatanggap po ng PSAM. So where will we be in 2026 kung masuportahan po yung mga programs po natin? We will increase our 24-hour operations from 84 to 101. We will increase our 12 to 23 hours operation from 18 to 42. And we will decrease our less than 12 hours operation from 79 to 52 plants. Total number of plants that we will add will be from 181 to 195. Also under my leadership, Mr. Chair, Honorable Senators, I want to look deeply into the unserved areas. Masyado tayong nakafocus sa underserved. Punta na rin po tayo sa unserved. And hoping that these unserved will be pinapadesign po namin per on the drawing board, microgrids, hybrid. Doon po tayo papunta. Personally, bumababa po ako sa mga design engineers, mga bata and ambitious, and I'm challenging them to create green energy solutions for our future. Now, on to the budget. Our corporate operating budget is 42.5 billion pesos for 2026. This corporate operating budget is majority for our MOOEs, where we have a fuel cost of 13 billion pesos. This 13 billion fuel cost, personally, I am reviewing this for its inefficiencies, especially in the deliveries, because I want to bring it down. So we're still asking this by default because it's just my 31st workday. Inaaral ko pa po paano gawin itong efficient para hindi masyado malaki. Dahil isa po yung challenge ng ating Energy Secretary. Sinabi po niya sa akin, kailangan babaan ang diesel dependence po ng Napocor, and we are up for the challenge. We are also subsidizing about 16 billion for our NPPs and QTPs and other contracted services, rent, debt service, repairs and maintenance, and other expenses. For personal services, we have 3.1 billion and our capital outlays of 3.5 billion pesos. On to the national government subsidy, ito po yung topic natin na hinihingi po namin sa Kongreso. Ang hinihingi lang po namin ay 1.5 billion, hindi po yung buong 42. So 1.5 billion po yung hinihingi namin, and we're hoping that you can support it. This 1.5 billion will go to clean and affordable energy, access to electricity, and power system reliability and resilience. So on clean and affordable energy, these are our solar, and BESS. For access to electricity, this is for our transmission lines, distribution lines, substations, and switching stations. And for power system reliability and resilience, ito po yung aming rehabilitation ng ating power facilities, and ang karamihan dyan is the Mindoro grid upgrading. On budget utilization, you could see here 2022, 2023, 2024, and the first 8 months of 2025. Medyo mababa po yung last portion, but we are looking that by the end of the year, above 90% po yung budget utilization natin sa corporate operating budget. Ever since I assumed the presidency, hindi po tayo basta-basta pumipirma. Tinitingnan ko po lahat ng mga kontrata at marami po yung mga kontrata na marami akong tanong. So that might be a little bit of a delay, pero ayaw ko po kasing pumirma na hindi ko naiintindihan kung tama ba talaga yung pupuntahan ng pera. And on the budget utilization for our national government subsidy, which is the one that we are asking for congressional support, as you can see, 75.64% na po tayo as of August, pero aakyat din po yan towards the end of the year. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, President Pres Jericho. We'll go to PNOC, and we'll just combine the presentation of your subsidies, since PNOC is the mother company. So we'll call on PNOC's presentation. Then after that, finally, we'll call on PSAM.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Senate Committee. This is the presentation of the Philippine National Oil Company. Next slide, please. This is the mandate to authorize exploration, exploitation, development, and utilization of all forms of energy resources. Our vision is to be a strategic niche player, and our mission is to complement the efforts of the private sector. Next slide, please. These are major accomplishments in terms of remittances to national government over 3 years. We have remitted 1.6 in 2022, 2023 2.6 billion, and 2024 2.46 billion. In spite of the budget in 2025, 1.25 billion, we are projecting a net income of 1.79 billion, and that out of that 1.79 billion, we're expecting 895 million to 1.34 billion remittance to the national government. Next slide, please. This is the proposed corporate operating budget, NEP level. We are proposing a 5.8 billion distributed in terms of capital outlay at 4.723 billion, and MOE at 8.8 million, and the personnel services at 237 million. The biggest chunk of the COB is on the capital outlay at 81%, followed by MOE at 14 and 4.0% for personnel services. Next slide. This was the proposed COB and was presented. The capital outlay consists of the following particular projects, and that's about 4.7, and the rest MOE and the personal services, totaling to 5.809 billion. Comparatively, 2025 versus 2026, as shown in the right side of the slide, the increase in the capital outlay from 0.17 year to 4.72. That is a major variance in the uh, budget. Next slide. Recap of our prior year's performance in terms of the GAA versus the actual. At an average, we are utilizing our budget at about less than 50% at an average. There is an explanation on the 2024 and 2025 utilization, which I will be explaining later on. But supposedly, if that financial headwind has not happened, we could have attained a higher budget utilization of 77%. Next slide. This slide shows our financial headwinds. We identified three: the bank gas depletion by 2027, the Petron case, and the tax liability and dividend to national government as a result from discontinuance of NOC subsidiaries. Next slide, please. With those financial headwinds, we redirected our thrust, our direction to the risk to equity projects and the land development at PNOC Bataan properties. Next slide. So this slide explains one of the major trusts, which is really the business model on the risk to equity projects. In short, as a catalyst to energy investment, we will de-risk projects to crowd in equity and receive subsequent dividends. The slide there represents where we come in project development, in energy project development. Next slide. So the shift is actually from competing with the private sector to enabling it through a de-risk to equity strategy. From builder operator, we want to be a market enabler. We want to crowd in private capital, not crowding out. And we only target budget only for the risk levers. What PNOC will not do, will not build, operate assets in mature bankable segments where private developers are active. We will not be duplicating projects without system value or public interest justification. Our budget allocations will be explicit to de-risk outcomes and counterpart private participation. Next slide. So from hodgepodge to portfolio logic. We were perceived as competing with the private sector. Now we focus on programs to specific system risk. Next slide. So these are the de-risk to equity projects and technologies, and we have here the financial run for each of these technologies. So what we are asking is a 500 for 2026, where what we are budgeting is a 520, and the succeeding years for 2026, 27, 28. For the information, we do not expect significant revenue stream for the next 3 years, Mr. Chair, because of the financial headwinds that we have identified. Next slide. Okay, so this is also a simulation run for the equity returns that we hope to achieve when we now de-risk, when we now develop the de-risk to equity model. Next slide. So as one of the major trusts of PNOC is the development of our Bataan properties. We have about 520 hectares of property in Bataan, and we want to optimize its utilization. Next slide. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Press Kabaraban, iba ba yung presentation ng EC and RC, or is that incorporated in your?
It's
Pres-
different.
It's
They have
different?
their own, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Kasi mother company kayo, so I was hoping that package na sila, no? But yes, let's have a quick presentation for EC and then RC, no?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll try to make it as brief as possible. Okay. So good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to our honorable senators, to Secretary Garin, and to undersecretaries, as well as like my colleagues in the energy sector. Okay.
So I'm presenting for PNOC Exploration Corporation. So just to refresh, the corporation is the petroleum and coal arm of the Philippine National Oil Company. We are engaged in the exploration, development, and production of oil, gas, and coal resources. PNOC operates without national government subsidy and relies mainly on internal generated funds for its activities. Next slide, please. So PNOC currently holds interests in 6 active petroleum service contracts, namely SC57 Calamian, C59 West Balabac, and SC79 Araceli, which PNOC operates. And SC38 Malampaya, SC58 West Calamian, and SC75 Northwest Palawan in joint venture with private companies. PNOCEC likewise holds 2 coal operating contracts, COC 41 already in development and production, and COC 204 under exploration, both in Zamboanga, Sibugay. Next slide, please. For SC57, PNOCEC completed the processing of 1,519 square kilometers of 3D seismic data acquired last year and continued technical interpretation to firm up drilling prospects. PNOCEC likewise initiated preparatory farm-out activities. For SC59 West Balabac, PNOCEC undertook preparatory technical work for drilling identified prospects. Next slide, please. For SC79 Araceli, PNOCEC completed seismic interpretation and evaluated options for geochemical survey. The corporation also evaluated and continues to evaluate new domestic petroleum blocks for possible application, nomination, or farm-in, including newly awarded areas. Under COC 204, PNOCEC completed regional exploration, drilling, and geophysical logging, and continued evaluation of potential reserves. Next slide, please. As of end of September 2025, our net income is at almost 1 billion pesos. Earlier this year, PNOCEC remitted 347.75 million in dividends to the national government from the prior year's income. PNOCEC also continues to conduct CSR activities in our host communities. Next slide, please. For SC38 Malampaya, production and sales of natural gas and condensate continued under the consortium led by Prime Energy. 3 new wells were spudded, namely Malampaya East, Camago, and Pag-asa. In the Cagayan Basin, PNOCEC continued site preparation and procurement for exploration and drilling, both for Chico 1 and Mangosteen 1 workover. Coal mine development and production under COC 41 continued alongside preparatory procurement for Mine 4. Next slide, please. So PNOCEC has identified several investment opportunities. PNOCEC is looking for partners in SC57 to share costs and risks, and likewise in COC 41 for development and production. PNOCEC is also exploring overseas equity positions in coal outsourcing and is evaluating downstream gas assets, starting with potential participation in the Ilihan gas pipeline in support of indigenous gas development. Next slide, please. So for 2026, PNOCEC requires an indicative budget of 11.102 billion.
7% lower than 2025. Of this, 10.183 billion is for exploration and production, 194 million for capex, and 725 million for our operating expenses. Next slide, please. So to break down PNOCEC's 2026 indicative budget, so 10.183 billion will be for exploration and production projects, specifically 2.932 billion for SC 38 Malampaya, 973 million for the Cadlao field, and 4.631 billion for petroleum exploration. 1.85 billion for coal projects, 65 million for native hydrogen. 193.88 million by way of general capital expenses and 725 million as general operating expenses. Next slide, please. So for 2026 programmed activities, SC38 Malampaya will continue production and pursue development works under the Sinagtala project and the drilling of Bagong Pag-asa aimed at extending field life. Cadao activities include well drilling and extended well testing. Next slide, please. For exploration in SC57, PNOCEC will continue with the maturation of prospects using the acquired and processed 3D seismic data and will continue efforts in engagement of possible partners. In SC79, PNOCEC plans a seismic program and geochemical gas seep survey alongside ongoing interpretation. In the Cagayan Basin, PNOCEC will continue exploration activities and seek partners for the area it plans to nominate. Next slide, please. For coal, PNOCEC will maintain only minimum development and compliance activities while management continues to evaluate the appropriate course of action for the mines in light of current operational and economic constraints. The corporation will, however, continue feasibility studies, infill drilling for data completion, environmental impact assessments, and mine planning. For native hydrogen, PNOCEC will undertake geological and geophysical studies, secure free and prior informed consent, and conduct EIS-related work. Next slide, please. Our budget utilization rate remains low due to the speculative and capital-intensive nature of petroleum exploration and production. For first half 2025, our budget utilization rate is only 12.04%. From 2020 to 2024, it ranged from 9% to 25%. Around half of our annual corporate operating budget is contingent, dependent on prospectivity, technical results, permitting, and procurement logistics. Next slide, please. So the figures and programs presented are aligned with current technical studies and regulatory directives. PNOCEC remains available for further discussion. And the presentation.
Thank you.
Mr.
Next will be PNOCRC.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and the other distinguished senators. I'll be presenting the PNOC Renewable Corporation. Next slide, please. Our key accomplishment for calendar year 2024 is to respond to existing clients' interest to expand current installation, commercial operation in additional 100 kilowatts in the UST. We conducted technical and financial studies for renewable energy projects for private entities in Maria, Siquijor, and solar projects for Siargao LGUs. Committed to ensure project sustainability by operating and maintaining existing solar rooftop installation and assisted joint venture partners in pre-development activities and completed a 10 kilowatts solar parking shed with 40 kilowatts battery, started solar assisted 80 kilowatts charging station on DOE Clark Subic, and partially implemented abolition of positions pursuant to GCG Memorandum Order 2024-15. Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, we were advised that the PNOCRC will be deactivated sooner this year, so we are already, Mr. Chair, on the transition period.
That ends my presentation, sir.
Thank you, Pres Estilles. And lastly will be PSAM.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, honorable senators. I'm here to present the accomplishments and budget of PSAM for 2026. Next slide, please. This is a summary slide of the accomplishments of PSAM, and I will go through these accomplishments in the next few slides. Next slide, please. With regards to the generation assets, we have privatized 46 generation assets totaling 9,823 megawatts. We have privatized the transmission business via a concession agreement, and we have disposed of 1,487 hectares of real estate. Next slide, please. We have a total financial bid of 917 billion pesos, of which we have collected 837 billion pesos. Next slide, please. The remaining power plants of PSAM are in Mindanao, mainly Agus and Pulangi Complex. We have the IPP contract CBK, which we have successfully bidded out, and we hope to turn over to the winning bidder or consortium in Feb of 2026. And we have the Mindanao Coal Plant or STEAG with the expiry of this IPP contract in 2031. And hopefully the plan of PSAM here is also a retirement of this particular coal plant. Next slide, please. With regards to liability management, the highest level of total debt and IPP lease obligations occurred for PSAM in 2003 of about 1.2 trillion pesos. We are now down as of June of 2025 to 262 billion pesos. The total amount of paid financial obligations represents about 2.2 billion pesos. Next slide. We are also, as part of our mandate, we are the administrator of the Universal Charge Fund. As seen on the screen, we have a total collection and disbursement of 302.8 billion pesos. With regards to the budget of PSAM, we have a proposed budget for 2026 of 248.9 billion pesos. Next slide, please. Here shows a breakdown in comparison of our 2025 and 2026 budget. Please note, Mr. Chair, of centers, there are huge differences in 2026 because there was an assumption of PSAM here that the corporate life of PSAM ends in 2026. Therefore, we made assumptions on PS for this separation and benefits of employees, and all of our debt were supposed to expire in 2026. So, particularly in PS, we have a variance of about 377 million representing separation pay. We have a PSAM MOE of about 232 billion pesos, of which 170 billion of which are expiring obligations, but we are now in the process of negotiating these liabilities for a 10-year life in accordance with the 10-year corporate extension of PSAM. We have a 10.3 billion requirement for Transco and a 2.2 billion requirement for the Napacor operations to maintain this agreement for the Agus and Pulangi, for a total proposed budget of 2026 of about 248.9 billion pesos. Next slide. Here is a line-by-line breakdown, Mr. Chair. As you can see, the biggest item in our budget represents the debts and IPP lease obligations, followed by the remaining IPP costs that we currently have, such as San Roque IPP, Bakun IPP, CBK IPP, Mindanao Coal IPP. Next few items are with regards to the budget funding for the NPC operations and maintenance agreement for Agus and Pulangi and the Transco funding. Next slide, please. With regards to our budget utilization for 2024, we are at 97.96 budget utilization. And for the first semester of 2025, we are at 46.72%. However, we project for the by end of 2025, we will be at 90% or higher. Next slide. This just represents the budget utilization for the NPC MOA, which is at 93%. And for 2025, next slide, we are currently at 32%, and however, again, we expect to be at 90% by end of year. That ends my presentation, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, President De La Serna. As a matter of tradition, we always give priority to the chairperson of the standing committee. And so we recognize Senator Pia Cayetano for her question, to propound her questions.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I probably have just 2 or 3 questions. I just met with them, I think, 2 weeks ago, and I have a few other hearings coming up. So just a statement, and then after that, no, just very few questions. So I always start my interventions with a reminder, well, by stating that I'm also the chairman of the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation and Futures Thinking. And so as we listen to your budget, obviously we're concerned about energy security, the effect on the economy, and our commitments to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. But these commitments we have go directly to the lives of our people. So SDG 7, which is of course affordable and clean energy, that is exactly your mandate. SDG 9, innovations, industry and infrastructure. I'll go into my first question very quickly, with observation and then maybe a quick reply from the Secretary, ERC. So for industries, for us to build industries, in 2019, I sponsored the CREATE law. And even while I was sponsoring it, and then 6 years later, in 2025, now chairperson of the Committee on Finance was the chairperson of the Committee on Ways and Means, and sponsored the second CREATE law, CREATE More. But during my time in 2019 and during his time in 2025, the feedback and the reports from the World Bank and the World Economic Forum state that the cost of power is one of the biggest concerns of the industries. So kahit ano pang mga initiative, ano pang mga diskwento na ibibigay natin sa mga businesses, it's the cost of energy that is the most important, and this has not changed. So I'm only speaking between 2019 and 2025, and it has not changed. Now, it's 2023 pala when he chaired, kasi 2025 ngayon, finance na siya. It has not changed. And then if we look at our SMSEs, and I'll nudge my seatmate over here, Senator JV, we both bike around the country. Makipagkwentuhan ka sa kahit sinong small business in the provinces, kuryente yung ikikwento sa'yo. Walang pakit na brown out. I'm an entrepreneur. And with all the problems you face as an entrepreneur, I can't even imagine, nakasama pa doon sa problema na tatakbo ba yung printing press ko mamaya? Tatakbo ba yung maliit kong makina na gumagawa ng kung ano yung ginagawa nila? Can you imagine that life? And that is what our businesses are faced with every day. No? So that's where we are. So I don't know if there are projections on how we can see these prices go down, kasi it's affordability. So marami nang usapan about accessibility, NPC, President Nograles, no, yung mandate nyo. Pero siguro ako naman tatanong ng common concern natin, no, na kailan tayo mag-shift dun sa hybrid and renewables. You mentioned something that it's in the works, but it has to happen soon, kasi in the meantime, napakamahal. So doon ako sa affordability ulit, napakamahal ng diesel, napakadumi pa, and then the gap, the difference is subsidy by government, no? So everybody is paying for this. And then ulitin ko lang yung nakwento ko naman sa inyong lahat nun during our last hearing. Hindi nakwento, just a statement. Example lang naman yung mga taga El Nido, Palawan, very similar sa ibang sitwasyon ng mga kababayan natin na nasa island, well, off the grid. Ayun, it's not reliable and it's so expensive. So siguro medyo projections lang, Secretary. How do we see this being addressed para kung sabi mong interest, huwag na muna natin pag-usapan in 2 years. Sa 3rd year na lang natin pag-usapan, update na lang kami.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Basically, comparatively to the other countries, ang cost ng production natin, whether it's transmission, generation, distribution, is competitive.
Okay.
What makes us different is we don't have subsidy in taxes. So if we unahan ko na si Senator Marcoleta, if we do remove the VAT, which is 12%, and it's not just 12% of the electricity that's being paid by the consumer, which is 12% from the start as fuel, generation, transmission, even our platforms, no, sa WSM, our supply, and then distribution. I'm not sure of the amount, but for the very least, it's 20% less, Mr. Chair. So, if
Yes,
you...
I'll interject,
Yes,
no?
ma'am.
Sa dami ng mga think tanks, no? International, local, we have our own, of course, that's the job of DepDev. Has anyone looked at the numbers, no? Like, what is the difference between the revenue generated by the tax and the income generation created, organically created by the businesses, and all the after effect, no, on how it flows to the entire community. Kasi sa ibang hearings ko and sa Ways and Means, talagang there's always a group that will give us those numbers so that we know, like by not preventing and doing whatever we can to prevent smoking, ito yung effect. O may taxation ka nga sa smoking, sa vaping, nasingit ko pa yung advocacy ko, ganun talaga buhay. Exactly. May trigger. May taxes ka nga doon, pero yung pag-o-hospital, yung loss of job, loss of income, so ganun din. May ganun kaya tayo, Secretary?
To our limited capacity in doing economic and financial calculations, no, our planning does have some assessment of what is the impact of the industry as far as job generation and other businesses that thrive around this industry. We can give that to you. Or do you have the
Somebody
data
have
now?
it already?
You have a data now? Or we can submit?
If you can find
Yeah,
it
yes,
now
ma'am.
within the hearing, that
We'll
would be great.
submit to you, ma'am. Yeah.
Kung kayang mahanap ngayon habang nag-uusap sana tayo, that would be the best, di ba? Para we can already discuss. Kasi ito na yun eh, you have 4 senators here. You know, if we need to make big changes, maybe we can. There's always going to be resistance, of course, with DOF kasi that's their job to create. But if there's other agencies that will tell us that ito yung effect if we do something differently, kasi we're not doing anything differently. We're not shaking things up, and we need to do that. I like your presentation. I mean, I like your response. It's so simple. So, nandun lang pala sa subsidies yun. Ganun kasimple, Secretary?
Mr. Chair, that's the part that can be done through legislation. In our capacity, though, as DOE, there are so many things that we do have that are our deliverables.
Okay.
Like yung grid problem. For example, like Mindoro and Palawan, as you mentioned, we need to fix the distribution lines there, supply nila less of diesel and more of renewable or cleaner but cheap. No? So those are things that we can, not immediately, but we can plan out for it to be delivered. Now, those are the infrastructure na we're trying to fix now with the different GOCCs that we have in different bureaus that we have. One that is very impactful, kahit mabagaling impact niya, is the shift towards cleaner energy. Because the more cleaner energy, according to the simulations, if we do reach the targets that we are targeting by 2030, mga 2 pesos, 1.3 to 2 pesos ang reduction. So, meron talaga, things are working, but it's not instant kasi every pieces of the puzzle have to be in place. Pero if we want really immediate impact, and I think it's a right call, kung wala lang tax sana, that will significantly lower kagad. The rest are our responsibilities, Mr. Chair.
No? You mentioned renewable energy, and as I said, SDG 7 is affordable and clean energy. In a previous hearing, Madam Chair, in your team, I don't know if you were secretary during that hearing, it might have been the previous one. It was reported to us that there were 105 renewable energy projects that risked termination due to non-compliance to project timelines. And then, idagdag ko na doon yung nabanggit ko, I think in that same hearing, that similarly, meron tong mga, and help me out with the correct terminology, so, doon naman sa exploration, di ba parang nangyayari, nagpa-park sila, yung they get the permits to explore, and then they don't explore, and they just park. So, the service contract, so can you just report on those two things? Kasi nabanggit mo renewable, it's so important. We get so excited about it, and I even mentioned that if before I became chairman of the Committee on Energy, with my limited knowledge, which is still limited, you don't hear an issue attend a forum where the details get technical. The average person doesn't know. Now, one of the big problems with renewables is the storage, di ba? Wala pang nag-i-invent na technology na ma-store yan. So kung madilim na, ang gagawin mo dun sa nakuha mong energy, and then it's the connection to the grid. Yung mga ganun ba? Anyway, I'm just saying na maraming nagmamarunong and they want to improve our situation, but they don't understand these things. So let's elaborate a little bit, on these issues you have with renewable and then yung sa service contract.
Yes, the current supervising undersecretary is Undersecretary Guevara on renewable. But true enough, we are purging many of these contracts with the proper procedure, like you notice and all that. But I'll give it if Mr. Chair, Yusek Guevara can answer.
Go ahead, Yusek. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You pointed out the 105 service contracts that we terminated last year, and we could may mga nag-MR, some of them we consider.
Yung infos nyo sa akin at that time, at least that's in my notes, was at risk of termination. So, terminate na.
Majority, ma'am.
Okay.
And then we continue to terminate projects na malayo na sila dun sa work plan.
Oo.
Kunyari, dapat na-achieve na nila to, mga 3 years ago na dapat, hindi pa.
Kasi,
terminate.
sorry to interject, but the reason that's so important, and I'm not excited that you have to terminate, I'm not. But I believe that you include these projections in your official projections because they have these contracts, they commit that by the state. So, syempre, sasama nyo yun, di ba? Tapos, malaman mo, year 2, 3, 4, 5 years later, walang nangyari. And the nature of these projects, matagal mabuo. So, if they're not moving along, then you might as well find people who can move these projects along, correct? So, that's why I want to put that on record, that it matters because our goal to be 50% renewable by 2040, tama? 50% renewable is now affected. Imagine if you relied on that, and sino ba may ayaw na less government intervention? Bahala kayo, sige, private, go ahead, do as much as you can. Then, gising ka na lang, walang nangyari, that's a 10-year timeline. Anyway, what's the timeline for these renewables ba? Solar, and maybe quickly inform all of us. Solar, geothermal, wind, water. Ano bang timeline yan? From the moment that, I don't know, yeah.
From the
Get to whatever is a reasonable time to consider na seryoso na to.
so when we award a service contract,
Okay,
that's the
awarding.
beginning. No?
Okay.
Solar can be built in 1.5 to 2 years.
Okay.
Geothermal, that will take 5 to 10 years. So yun po yung dulo-dulo ng
So for
minimum
example,
at
sa
max.
solar, from the moment you awarded the service contract, and it can be built in 1.5 to 2 years, just to be clear, one of the issues you brought to my attention was that yung pala, pag-apply nila, wala pa silang right to the land. So, and sadly, and the chairman, like me, was also chairman of the Committee on Energy Education. Ganun din, nakalista na lahat ng papatayo ng eskwelahan. Tapos, wala pa silang right pala dun sa magpatayo dun sa lugar na yun. So, same thing. So, you said that one quick solution there is they have to have a clear right. It's a lease or ownership right.
Not able to show the possessory rights within so many days after the award of service contract. Automatically,
Like that. You're waiting a year later, wala pa rin. 2 years later, wala pa rin. Ngayon, hindi na mangyayari yun. Okay, so 1.5 years. So, without that problem, pagka that problem is addressed, meaning they already have to show the possessory rights within a few days, wala na ibang major hindrance.
one of the major hindrance
would be yung grid connection. The grid connection, yeah. But then we make sure na kaya nilang, meron naman pong transmission development plan. If they make sure na mauna yung transmission tayo bago mag-connect, then they should not have a problem. But ma'am, pointing to your question, we have 1,400 service contracts. Okay. But then we also classify them into committed and indicative. Ang committed, ibig sabihin po, nagko-construct na o may financial closure na. Okay. So yung numbers na sinasite namin, for example, na by 2030 dapat 35%. Nakita na po namin yung 35% na yun na manggagaling sa mga committed sa committed. Okay. Yes. Okay. So yung indicative meaning they have a service contract but there's a lot of moving pieces pa. Ganun ba yun? Tapos pa nila yung mga permits. Feasibility study, mga ganun. Pero ba't kailangan ma-award na sila ng indicative? Kasi may mawawala ba sa kanila kung hindi nila hawak yun? They need the exclusive use of what they're after na for them to make their commitment then kanila na yun so that maka-invest na sila nung expenses necessary for the permit to make the project happen, the permit, like you said, the feasibility.
Okay. So, and then you mentioned geothermal, which takes 10 years.
5 to 10 years.
And in the last hearing, Secretary, you mentioned that we have geothermal projects in the works. We have?
There is, ma'am. Actually, this is the first time in so many years that we have a greenfield under EDC, no? Under EDC and Bicol.
Yeah,
but there's also some that are closing. So it's
really necessary. So
But-
it won't
but-
even increase our ratio. It's just going to maybe ang tawag doon, make up for the closures. Tama ba?
Mr. Chair, although we are currently in talks and almost finished na yung talks on the de-risking facility for geothermal kasi para mabawasan din yung risk on the investor. So that's through World Bank ba? Or, ADB through and then conduit yung land bank so that we can have more investments in geothermal. So because really geothermal is one of our low-lying fruits. Sana. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, yung pong sa to assure din na we will have the supply that we promised by 2030. Meron po tayong green energy auction. And this year we're holding 4 green energy auctions. And so far, ang winners po natin ay 16.6 gigawatts na.
Okay.
So by the end of this year, baka umabot na po tayo ng 20 gigawatts. So assured na tayo hanggang sa 2028 to 2030 na mga developments. Okay. Kasi pag green energy auction, merong performance bond, they really have to deliver. Otherwise, they pay the government. They will lose the performance bond.
Right. Okay. I'm looking lang for a news article that who's in charge of nuclear? Ikaw din. Anyway, there was an article a day or two ago. It says the Philippines has emerged as one of the frontrunners in the nuclear deployment in Southeast Asia. Paano nangyari yun? Overnight, naging frontrunner tayo? May ginawa tayong, ano mga
Yes, ma'am.
groundwork natin?
We-
Kasi, sandali. Ito si Senator JV. Last week, we welcomed the Speaker of the House of Hungary, di ba? Kasi binisita namin siya roughly a year and a half ago, parang early part of 2023. Yeah. And then, nag-side trip ako sa Vienna and I had a meeting with our ambassador. And at that time, a year and a half ago, we have done nothing. Nothing! And then now we're on the forefront. Ang galing talaga natin. What happened? Who can update me? Kaninong PR yun?
No, it's, Mr. Chair, hindi yun PR. Ever since 2022, with the new administration, medyo na-revitalize yung nuclear energy program interagency. It just took us time to get back on track. Yes, ma'am. So now we have a nuclear division, we have nuclear division in DOE, we have a roadmap already. na-review na tayo ng IAEA second time and we have good grades in IAEA. We're asking for another one pa. The law was passed. We entered into the 123 agreement already with the US and other countries. And we're making headway in a sense that many of our companies are also interested in pursuing and our recent we had surveys now on the acceptance rate ng nuclear, but the recent activity of DOE, other agencies in fairness that also have activities in this, PhilVox, DOST, PNRI, DND, lahat sila may ginagawa. But DOE issued recently a circular giving let's say preference or special treatment to the Pioneer One. So it's just more of a framework. And so why are we considered nauuna sa Southeast Asia? Because we have been steady. Indonesia at one point was ahead of us, but hindi steady kasi their legislative medyo binawi ulit yung authority. Vietnam is also getting ahead also, but it depends on the year na rin or depends on the country. But comparatively, we are ahead of the rest with the rest of the countries in Southeast Asia in preparation for building the power plant. Hindi po yan PR, ma'am. Totoo yan.
Tamo, ang ganda pa nung opportunity mo magpaliwanag kasi I don't think I asked you for that update in our hearing, no? So I meant it na parang akala ko talaga PR, but with very straight to the point responses. I'm happy to note na you seem to have made a lot of progress. Kasi sometimes it's all talk, di ba? So it's good to see. And ang pinaka-importante ko na narinig ko doon is high grades. Kasi ayoko nung puro talk lang. Did you want to add something?
I wanted to add lang, I would like to thank the good chairman of this committee kasi he supported NEPIAC for on the budget side for a few years. Kasi with that, we were able to do our public communications, the mga contracts, surveys, and really beefed up the activities of capacity building of NEPIAC, of all agencies actually.
Si Chairman, on that topic, nasa Board of Governors tayo ng IAEA for 2025-2027. Philippines, medyo impressive yun, ha? Kahit na nasa board tayo ng International Atomic Energy Agency. Although it's, my staff just told me, DOST ang nakaupo. Yeah, but still, no, as a country, that's quite an honor to be part of the Board of Governors.
So siguro ito na yung last comment, observation ko, no? I think everyone supports renewables. I don't think there's anyone who, would say offhand na that's not the right direction to go. It's a UN mandate, our commitment, and it's what we want, clean energy. But I think what has to be clear, and it's embedded, I think, in the energy sector nga, na someone's always paying for something. So, we are paying for the development and promotion of renewable energy. And the ERC has raised the feed-in tariff allowance from 0.1189 to 0.2073 per kilowatt hour, which would lead to higher power bills next month. Tama ba? Is that accurate? Yeah, ERC.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We just recently approved the increase for the feed-in tariff allowance.
So kaya nga mindful tayo dyan kasi 0.1189 to 0.2073. I don't know how much this comes up to an average person's bill. I don't know. Do we know how much? So magkano? Ikaw na mag-compute, Chairman. Tusan pa. 0.20 or 21 na, 207 So 0.21. So 42 pesos. So isang kainan din 'yon, 'di ba? Isang kain din 'yon sa karinderya. So sa akin, so everyone is paying for us to promote renewables, to promote and develop. So, sa'yo din to, babalik din to kay NPC President, no? And everyone else who I know, I trust the default should be that our government is working hard. That is my default. Pero work harder tayo kasi every day, an average family is paying 42 pesos per month. Per month, no? Per month yan kasi monthly billing yan eh. 42 pesos per month for us to promote and develop renewables. So we have to do our best to expedite it, lahat ng renewables natin. Yes, Secretary.
Yes, Madam Chair. It's always a dilemma, no? Going green kasi it will cost us also.
Yes, of
So we're trying to
course.
balance naman.
Exactly.
Like the feed-in tariffs, mostly hydro, which is basically should be the cheaper generation that we have. So, pero yun nga, may epekto siya sa feed-in tariff subsidy. But eventually, it will balance off, hopefully. Mr.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We can only see the feed-in tariff allowance because it is a separate charge. But what we cannot see is actually the reduction in the overall generation charge in WESM, for example, because these renewable energy technologies that are on mass dispatch, they would not offer any price in WESM, and they would actually reduce the quantities that will have to be traded in the spot market.
Correct.
And with the reduction in the quantity, there can be a downward adjustment to the overall clearing prices at WESM. So with those that are exposed to WESM, to these spot prices, then they would benefit also from reduced WESM prices. Although, of course, there is that feed-in tariff allowance that is imposed on them.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. So in the bigger picture, itong pag-push natin, itong feed-in tariff, which is yun nga, meant to pay for the promotions and development of renewables, is offset is offset by, well, the mere fact that it exists will now bring down the prices. But so that your explanation is very much welcome. But yung point ko naman was to push all of us, di ba? To act fast, to act efficiently, kasi binabayaran nga natin yon. But yeah, thank you for clarifying that on WESM kasi malaking factor din yun dahil maraming napapabili ng medyo mahal doon eh pagka walang mga ganitong intervention. So, Mr. Chairman, I can end for now. I will just listen. Ultimately, I think our goal is very clear. We need to build a power sector that is affordable, that is sustainable, and that is resilient. Let's think of our kababayans all over the country that are really depending on us for this. One last sector that I just want to include is the tourism sector. No, I think all of us here, but again, itong seatmate ko, talagang we like to promote local tourism, and ang hirap kasi when you look at the downside of local tourism, yun nga yung magba-brown out. So parang ang hirap din talaga. It's so hard to support our tourism when these factors are a big factor. When we have this power outages as a big factor in our promoting ourselves as a tourist destination. So tulungan lang natin. Oo.
Mr. Chair, just for example, we are aware and we are also working with the OT. For example, for Siargao, trying to find funding to improve whether it's the subsea cable or the distribution lines within. So, Siargao, Siquijor, Camotes Island, Palawan also. So, we're trying to work with MIC, even our whatever is available with the DBM and NEA to focus on these areas. And then we've had several meetings already with our different agencies.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Secretary, and to the entire DOE team. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Pia. Next will be Senator Marcoleta.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Gusto ko pong malaman ulit, Madam Secretary, yung instrument
Mr. Chair, can Yusek Ibarra answer? She's the supervising undersecretary for power. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, 30,000 megawatts po yung ating installed. Yung dependable po, okay po. Megawatts.
And
Yung
then we're
ating
saying dependable is,
27,000 megawatts.
yung consumption po natin.
Ang peak po natin is about 19,000 megawatts po.
19.
Apo.
So, Mr. Chair, kung ang dependable natin is 27,000 megawatts, ang consumption lang naman natin is 19, kasi sobra-sobra ang ating capacity, di ba?
Mr. Chair, palagi po tayong, hindi po natin pwedeng tawaging sobra-sobra kasi po nakikita namin yung...
Hindi, mathematically, sobra-sobra talaga.
opo.
Okay.
Yes.
So, anong problema?
Ang problema po natin, ang ating mga planta, pagka they go on
So,
forced
they are not
outage.
dependable. Kasi sinasabi mo, dependable. Something that you can depend on.
Yes.
Tapos sasabihin mo sa akin, may problema yung mga planta natin. So, hindi sila dependable. Ano talaga yung dependable?
Terminology po kasi
You should
dependable.
know.
Opo. Pero kunyari po sa ating the way that we look at it,
Hindi, wag kunyari.
if you look at the outage
Real
rates,
tayo eh. Oo.
opo, yung pong ating 19 gigawatts na need, nasusuplayan po yan ng ating mga supply, ng mga
Teka muna,
generators.
nasaan yung hindi dependable? Yun ang, kasi yun ang problema eh. So we should at least produce 19 gigawatts, di ba? Kasi yun ang demand eh.
Yes.
I mean, logically.
Logically, pero
Nasaan ang problema? Kasi yung 27 na ito,
yes.
napakalaki. Meron tayong sobrang 8,000 megawatts. So itong problematic na ito, ano ba ginagawa natin? Ba't di natin ma-address? Palagi na problema si Sharon Garin.
Opo. Ang mga planta po kasi hindi located in one location. Pati po yung mga consumers natin hindi in one location.
Alam na natin lahat
Opo.
yun naman. Hindi naman pwedeng ilagay mo lang sa isang lugar
Yes.
yun. Alam na natin yun. Ang sabi ng chairman natin ng energy, kailangan major overhaul ito. Hindi yung usap na lang tayo ng usap. Tayo rin nagkikita-kita every year. Pero hindi natin nahihit yung problema eh. So meron tayong, essentially, meron tayong 8,000 megawatts na sobra. They appear to be sobra talaga. Ganda sana ang advantage natin. Pero bakit hindi, yun ang striking natin. Anong problema nung dependable sana eh. If we do something about it, baka maging dependable. Let's say half of it, hindi na yung
27.
Hindi na yung 8,000, maski na yung 4,000 na lang. May sobra ka pa rin. What do we do?
Mr. Chair, tama po kayo, Mr. Chair. Yung 8,000 na dependable, ang iba dyan hindi talaga dependable kasi nasisira palagi yung iba.
Hindi
Now,
talaga dependable.
hindi
Because
dependable.
hanggang ngayon, we are struggling.
Yes.
Lahat po ng presentations na narinig ko this morning, they're about our struggle.
Yes, sir.
Our continuing struggle to ensure quality, reliable.
Affordable.
Hindi, wala mo din affordable.
Wala muna.
Mamaya na tayo ron. Ang sinasabi ng batas, quality, reliable, meron pang isang word eh. O, paano gagawin natin? Puro struggle na lang po eh.
Mr. Chair, for example, sa Luzon ang dami-dami nating planta.
Secure pala. Okay.
Secure.
Quality, reliable, and secure. Isipin mo, the law is sufficient in itself eh. Talagang sinabi niya sa atin, these are the things that we must do in order to secure our requirements for electricity.
For example, Mr. Chair, sa Luzon, daming planta natin from Bataan to Batangas, no? Pero ang Visayas, iba rin yung characteristic ng Visayas. Kahit marami sa Luzon, limited lang man ang linya. So, pag in-assess mo yung Panay, wala, kulang talaga doon. Kailangan iikot pa siya. So, today, I understand may problema talaga. Today, we are assessing every region sa Visayas, Mindanao, and Luzon. Saan ba yung kulang na ano? Kasi hindi tama yung sinabi ni Yusek Keb, hindi kasi nakaspread out ng maayos yung mga power plant natin. So, now, pinapa-review ko ulit ang energy plan para tignan saan ba yung mga regions na kailangan may baseload pa tayo or saan kulang yung mga transmission natin. Those are things na kaya kahit mathematics siya, na tama naman, sobra-sobra tayo. Pero actually, yung design may kulang pa talaga, Mr. Chair. So we're working on that. Mga 2 buwan na namin ina-assess, nag-run kami ng mga simulations, and we'll have it ready hopefully by the end of the year, Mr. Chair.
Kasi Mr. Chair, talagang napakahirap intindihin. 27,000 megawatts. It's only a matter of maximizing this because this is dependable. Yung 19,000 megawatts naman is the peak load. Di ba? Hindi na, sa buong panahon, sa buong araw, hindi naman peak 19, di ba? Ano yung base load? O 12,000 lang. Imagine mo 12,000 lang, Mr. Chair. You have a dependable capacity of 27 million times 27 million. 27,000 megawatts. Hindi tayo dapat namang problema eh. Miski pa paano kukwentahin ito, madami. Notwithstanding the fact they're all located. Siyempre, naman kasi island tayo. But what we need to solve this problem. Kasi sana kung pinag-uusapan manipis na manipis yung ating difference between the supply and the demand. Hindi po eh. I don't think you can justify this. This is 27,000 megawatts. Dependable sana. So issue lang gawin natin dependable. Kahit na yung ano lang, kahit na yung kalahati lang. And then yung 19,000 megawatts is only the peak. Yung baseload mo is only 12. So maski pa paano pupentahin ito eh. Alam po ninyo, hindi ko makalimutan yung China eh. Yung Three Gorges Dam. Siguro this is, sabi ni ang chairman natin ng energy, we need to shake up. Bakit sila isang dam lang? Ang dami nating pwedeng gawing dam. We have how many islands, Madam Secretary, in this country? The Three Gorges Dam in China supplies more than 1/2 of the requirement of mainland China. Isa lang. That's about 25,000 megawatts. Reliable. Tayo, meron lang tayo isang ganun. Hindi na tayo siguro mag-hearing every year. Ito yung dapat natin. Kasi, okay, meron tayong requirement sa renewable. Kahit ano pong gawin natin sa renewable, hindi po siya magiging kasangkapan para sa baseload. Renewable energy, hindi siya pwedeng dependable facility for baseload. Very, very fleeting po yan. Wind, solar, maganda lang po yan sa salita. Di ba? Yun po yung ating pinipilit na, no? Gawin din natin po yan because of our issue on environment. Pero yung baseload po natin, teka muna, ano po yung energy mix natin dito, Madam Secretary? Dito po sa 27,000 dependable capacity, ilan ang coal?
43.7% po. 11,800 megawatts.
Ilang percent, ma'am?
43.7%.
43%. Diesel?
Ang diesel, oil-based po is
Oil.
2,880, 2,684 megawatts. 9%. 9.9.
10% sabihin na
Apo.
natin. Ano pa po yung ibang fuel natin?
Natural gas, 15.2%. Saka renewable, 31.2%.
15% ang natural gas po. Renewable,
31.2%.
so that makes up 100% already.
Yes.
So talagang hindi po tayo makakaalis talaga sa coal sa ngayon kahit ano pong gawin natin.
For now, di po.
Kahit na sabihin natin ito ang pinakamaruming fuel natin, sa ngayon, dito pa rin tayo. Ano po?
Opo.
Unless yung natural gas natin, pagbaligtarin natin siya ay maging 43,
Masyadong mahal po.
meron naman tayo rito, kaya lang hindi natin malaman kung makakakuha pa tayo, hindi na. Talagang wala na tayong sources ng natural gas, madam.
May bago pong mga wells.
Mr. Chair, we have contracts pa mga bago ngayon eh. Pero siguro mga 5-7 years pa yan at pwede siyang mag-produce for us. Medyo late lang tayo
Thank you po. Mr. Chair, meron po tayong Interagency Energy Efficiency and Conservation Committee, IAEECC. Ito po ay na-create under Republic Act 11285. Tama po. Encouraging all government entities to install and utilize solar PV system or any equivalent renewable energy technology in their government-owned facilities. Bakit po ang title encouraging?
Mr. Chair, if you allow Undersecretary Marasigan can
Ikaw may kagagawa na naman ito, ha? Sige, tira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Marcoleta. Under the Energy Efficiency Act, yes, it's mandatory for all government agencies.
Hindi, nga, encouraging. This is not mandatory.
Sir, mandatory, sir, yung 10% reduction ng kanilang
Hindi kasi ang
energy
title,
consumption.
encouraging kasi.
Opo.
Alam mo, you'll be guided by the title. Pag sinabi mong ini-encourage mo lang, may option eh. Hindi siya talaga tutupad eh. Pero pag sinabi mong mandating, wala kang option kung di sumunod eh. Tama?
Tama po.
Kasi halimbawa, in-encourage ka lang ng tatay mo. Nung bata ka pa, ligawan mo si ganito. Mukhang ayaw mo. Meron kang gusto, di ba? Hindi ka susunod. Pero sinabi niya, kasi lalo na nung panahon mo, pag sinabi ng tatay o ng nanay, hindi pwedeng hindi tayo sumunod. Ganun ang Pilipino eh. Pag sinabi mong mandating, nandun yung puwersa ng batas eh. Di ba?
Tama po.
So, kaya ganun po yung aking ina-emphasize, Mr. Chair. Ito, nakalagay, the solar PV system or equivalent RE technology to be installed must initially supply at least 20% of the agency's electricity requirement. O nangyayari na ba ito?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Hindi, nangyayari na ito?
Meron na pong nag-i-install.
O malayo yung sagot mo, pare. Sinasabi ko na nga sa iyo huwag yung encourage eh. Pag minandate mo, lahat sila, this is addressed to all agencies eh. Para sasagot mo, meron na po. Kaya hindi tayo nagkakaroon ng 20% ito eh. At least. Ngayon, kung magawa niya 25, 30, di lalong maganda. So itatanong ko nga kasi it has been more than 2 years, sir. Puro tayo resolution. So ilang ahensya na ang napakabit ng solar panel o katumbas na renewable?
Ilan na? Meron po kaming 8 project na na-install na.
8 pala?
Yes po.
Ilan po ba ang ahensya na ina-address nitong resolution na ito?
Sa ngayon po, pangkalahatan po yung ginagawa.
Kaya ilang ahensya po ang na-address nitong resolution
Ang
na ito?
rollout po kasi natin ay per region. At binubuo pa natin yan under the Government Energy Management Program kung saan po mandatory po yung minimum 10%.
Kung yung ginawa niyong mandatory, 10%. Sinasabi ng resolution, 20%. Paano? Bakit yun? Kayo mismo hindi nyo sinusunod na resolution. Kaya nahihirapan ng kasasagot ang ating secretary.
Ang 10% po kasi is the reduction in their consumption. So isang tool po yung pagtatayo ng mga renewable energy like solar rooftop installation para matulungan sila sa reduction. Pero hindi naman po ibig sabihin nun is hindi na sila mag-apply pati.
So ilan po yung tinarget natin, more or less, agencies?
Sa ngayon po talaga nasa roll out lang po kami at including the local governments na po ang kasama na namin.
Kaya nga, bigyan mo, ballpark, ilan po ang agencies na tinatarget nitong resolution na ito?
Mr. Chair, dapat yan lahat, no?
Kaya,
Pero,
ilan?
minimal pa lang ang nagawa. Kasi, ang process yan, mag-audit kami, mag-mumo, i-audit sila, titignan namin yung pumili, tapos yan, advice namin kung anong solar ilalagay, no? So, right now, we have agreements with DOH. I think, ongoing in check. There's the, and then some LGUs dito sa Metro Manila with Valenzuela, Navotas, Makati, we're entering to agreements para ngayon year sana maumpisahan na siya full scale. But we cannot just say to all the agencies, so i-reduce nyo. Kasi we need our technical assistance na rin para malaman nila anong aircon yung lalagay nila, anong bumbilya. So, with the limited capacity that we have, it's small compared to the whole, whole of government.
Yeah, alam ko yun, Madam Secretary. Kaya ko lang tinatanong if it is addressed to all agencies para lang malaman natin gano'n tayo kabilis, gano'n tayo slow. Let's say X number of agencies. Ngayon, ang sabi mo after 2 years, ilan yung 6 mo, 8 pala nakapag-comply. So you have, let's say, 1,000 agencies as the targeted universe. After 2 years, ay 6 lang ang nakakomply. So you have baka 28 years ang abutin natin bago natin makover. Sinasabi ko, ganun tayo kabagal. Kaya hindi rin natin mafe-feel pagka ganun eh. Sayang naman yung initiative kung hindi naman pala magagawa ng ganun kabilis. So nasasayangan lang yung effort natin. Kaya ko po tinatanong if this is the way to not only to economize but they produce their own electricity to help each other. Sana nakikita natin ang sustainability, yung manageable sana. Hindi ganito po na ang nakikita natin, nakaka-discourage, imbes na nakaka-encourage po eh. Yung waste to energy, Madam Secretary, hindi naman po bago ito eh. Meron na tayong 9513, yung Renewable Energy Act of 2008. Ito may mandate na rito, Yusek Marasigan, di ba? Pero sabi ninyo, sa ngayon, 13 WTE projects pa lang. Tama ba ito?
Mr. Chair, 13 nga kasi hindi viable yung ibang...
Kaya nga, no? Although your department greenlit the same as of 2022. So that was 3 years ago. Pero out of the 13, 6 lang ang operational. Yusek Marasigan. Kasalanan mo na naman ito. Bakit ba gusto mo yung number na 6? Tingnan mo kanina yung PB system, 6 lang ang ano. Ngayon ito na naman WT, 6 na naman ang nagko-comply. Mabuti pa ang NEA, alam mo, wala akong may tatanong sa kanila eh. Kasi ang NEA naman kasi, sa kaibahan ng iba, ito, huwag kayong magagalit. Si Mr. Almeida, kahit na busy-busy yan, kung minsan ite-text ka niya, Sir, kumusta ka? Meron ka bang mga issue na ganito, ganyan. Yung parang pinapaalalahanan ka eh. Pero si Yusek Marasigan, kahit minsan hindi ako tinext niya. Para nalalaman sana na nagkakausap man lang tayo. Akala mo ba napakalit ng problema ng bansa natin sa electricity? Eh lalo naman ang ERC. Mamaya po babalikan ko kayo. Commissioner Digal, kayo po ay isa sa mga alam kong siyang pinaka-cooperative sa ERC. Sinasabi ko na sa inyo. Very reliable, very consistent. Pagka tinext mo yan, hindi pwedeng in less than 2 minutes sasagutin ka niya. Hindi kagaya ni Coco Nograles. 2 araw bago ka sagutin.
Ako, mabilis ako
No, si chairman. Kaya naman sa tuwing naghihiring kami, kahit kaming 2 na lang, hindi ko iniiwanan ito.
Mr.
Ang
Chair.
dami kong gustong itanong, Mr. Chair, baka humaba lang ako, magalit ka sa akin eh.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
yung sa WTES, marami talagang hindi feasible. So right now, meron po kaming nakaset na i-auction na namin yung WTE, especially Metro Manila. Identifying yung mga problema, pero this is together with DNR, MMDA, DOE, and ERC. So hopefully maka-award kami by first quarter of next year.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, dadako ako ngayon dun sa affordable. Kanina pinag-uusapan natin yung quality, reliable, and secure supply of electric power. Pero yung affordable, nandun din po yun. Section 2, paragraph B. Tama, President Nograles. So yung affordable, ito yung walang kamatayang issue, yung affordable na to. 24 years ago, we crafted a law. Ang pangalan ay IPIRA. Talagang nakalagay, affordable. Tapos pagka binasa mo pang pababayan, transparent and competitive. Mga ganun eh. Competitive price of electricity. Fair. Under a regime of free competition. In order to make our products globally competitive, nakalagay. Pero talaga pong hindi natin very elusive yung affordable. Kasi unang-una tingnan po ninyo yung lifeline rate program natin, which is stipulated under Section 23 of EPIRA. Merong kasing ladderized yan eh. Pero in case of Meralco, alam po ninyo yung 100% na free lang, 20 kilowatt hours. Kawawang-kawawa. Para malibre ka ng 100%, kailangan ang ginagamit mong kuryente hanggang 20 kilowatt hours ka lang. Parang nagsindi ka lang ng 3 bumbilya maghapon, tapos tigilan mo na yan. Bakit po ganon, Madam ERC? Sa Meralco, ang consumption bracket discount niya po ay, let's say, 0 to 20 kilowatt hours, 100%. Samantalang sa Ilocos Sur Electric Cooperative, 0 to 15, 30%. Ano? Sa Tarlac Electric Cooperative, 20% po na 20 kilowatt hours, 100%. Sa Surigao del Sur, electric na Surseco 2 yata ito. 0 to 15 kilowatt hours, 20%. Sa Pampanga, 16 kilowatt hours, 50%. Sa Antique, 1 to 15, 7%. Hindi ko po maintindihan ito, ba't nagkakaiba? Electric cooperative sa Pelcoan, 16 to 20 kilowatt hours, 40% ang discount. Yung Anteco, 16 to 20%, 5% na discount. Bakit po ganito? Talaga hirap na hirap ako. Bakit hindi po yun at least uniform ang pagbibigay ng discount? Hindi ko po sinasabi na dito sa discount na ito ay talagang sapat na para maiangat natin doon sa affordable. Dito pa lang ho, naguguluhan na ako. Gusto kong pagkarasala, kaya lang isa na po kayo napakahirap intindihin ito. Bakit po nagkakaiba-iba?
Mr. Chair, can I respond?
Yes, sir.
Yung pong original na Lifeline program na ngayon ay pinatutupad pa. Ito ay nadisenyo noong time na ina-abandon natin ang rates ng mga distribution utilities. At ang nangyaring disenyo ay per distribution utility. Dahil ang Lifeline program ay isang paraan ng pagsusubsidiya ng mga marginalized consumers, nung nadisenyo ito, ang subsidy ay manggagaling doon sa subsidizing class within the same distribution utility. At yung isa-subsidize niya ay yung mga marginalized doon din sa same na distribution utility. May mga distribution utility na malalaki tulad ng Meralco na kung saan marami ang pwedeng panggalingan ng subsidy. Kaya't nung dinisenyo siya, ang isang pamantayan naman na ginawa ay dapat yung subsidy charge o yung lifeline subsidy charge will not exceed 10 centavos. At nung dinisenyo, tinignan kung magkano ang malilikom, kung ito ang limit. Nakita na sa halagang 10 sentimo na i-charge mo doon sa subsidizing class ng Meralco customers,
Maaari ka pong makapag-extend ng discount up to 100 kilowatt hours na konsumo ng mga marginalized or yung low consuming. Pero dun sa iba tulad ng electric cooperatives na maliliit lang, predominantly maliliit lang din ang konsumo at yung subsidizing class ay maliit lang din, para ka makapag-extend doon sa marginalized customers na hindi naman mag-exceed sa 10 centavos yung lifeline subsidy charge, kinailangan ibaba mo yung threshold. Kaya meron doon na ang kanilang diskwento ay kung meron lang silang konsumo na hindi lalampas ng 20 kilowatt hours.
Naintindihan ko po yun, Mr. Chair. Ang hindi ko po makuha ang mabuti ay yung pinag-usapan natin na lifeline rate. Lifeline kasi ibig sabihin talaga pantulong eh. Bakit ang Tarlac Electric Cooperative sa Limbawa nakakapagbigay, nasusundan niya sa Meralco na yung 20 kilowatt hours, 100% na ililibre niya. Katulad ng Meralco, bakit lahat na ay walang nakagawa na gano'n? Isip-sipin po ninyo yung Pampanga, mas malaki ito kaysa sa Tarlac. Hanggang 15 kilowatt hours lang ang 50% niya. Yan ang hindi ko makuha. Paano, pag sinabi po ninyo yung alimbawa, yung 15 kilowatt hours na consumption ng isang household, yun lang ang bibigyan niya ng kalahati, 50%. Gaano po ba yun? Hindi po pang buhay yun. Hindi lifeline yun. Lalo naman yung iba, walang nakaano kahit isa. Ito, Cooperative Inc., Anteco, 16 to 20 kilowatt hours, 5%. Eh siguro po kung langgam lang ang pinag-uusapan natin, sa langgam pwede na po ito. Pero tao po itong mga ito. So paano po nakalampas sa inyong radar ito? Paano po natin masasabi na lifeline rate?
Yun nga po, yun yung original na design ng Lifeline program na nakabase doon sa individual distribution
Yun po
utilities.
yung original design.
Ngayon nga po, mayroon na tayong ipapalit na kung saan ang diskwento ay ibibigay across the country regardless of the distribution utility at ang Lifeline subsidy charge ay pare-pareho din na i-impose.
Ganito na lang. Yung proposal ko po, meron akong bill eh. Para po maging ganap na maramdaman hindi pare-pareho talaga. Naintindihan ko naman sapagkat hindi naman pare-pareho po yung pinanggagalingan ng mga electric cooperatives. Halimbawa, lahat ng distribution utilities. Pero pare-pareho naman ang kalagayan ng household, talagang hirap na hirap. Ito po, alam na ni Mr. Chair ito, meron po kami panungkarang batas na lahat po ng households na kumukonsumo ng 200 kilowatt hours pababa. Dapat na po nating ilibre lahat yun. Hindi po kayo makasagot.
We will support that po kung yan naman ay tutustusan ng gobyerno dahil po itong lifeline program ang tumutustos po kasi dito ay yung mga ibang consumers din. This is a form of cross-subsidy. Para yung pong inyong prinsipyo na pinapanukala, ito po ay ang gagawin naming bagong disenyo ng lifeline program na kung saan ang makakabenepisyo doon sa diskwento ay across the board pero hindi lang maibibigay yun at 200 because maaring ito ay 50 kilowatt hours 50 kilowatt hours at 30 kilowatt hours. Ganun lang po kasi pinaralan natin naman din ang magiging impact niya doon sa lifeline subsidy charge.
Hindi naman po kayo magpapasyan yan eh. Kung halimbawa na naipasyan ng Kongreso na ito ang magiging panuntunan natin. 200 kilowatt hours, parang subsidy na po sa lahat. Iyon po kasi ay talagang makakatulong sa marginalized sector ng ating bansa. Siyempre po isa-subsidize ng gobyerno yun. Tingnan po ninyo, ang philosophy po behind that is napakarami na binibigay natin mga subsidies ngayon. Lalo na nakarang eleksyon. Meron kayong AKAP, meron kayong AX, meron kayong TUPAD, meron kayong MAIP, bukod pa doon sa 4Ps. Alam po ba nyo kung magkano yon ang total for this year? 194 billion pesos. Pero wala namang record kung kanino napunta yon at kung paano nagkaroon ng transformation sa lahat ng mga mahihirap nating kababayan. Pero pag nilibre natin, let's say 200 kilowatt hour consumption, siguro 100 billion lang po yun. So nakatipid ka ng 94 billion. Yun po yung philosophy behind this. So, yun pong affordability issue. Naayos natin. Bababa po yung kanilang elektrisidad. Lalo na po yung mahihirap. Ngayon, kung naipasa pa po natin ang isang panukalang batas na alisin natin ang 12% VAT, immediately bababa ang kuryente. Gusto ko po kasing kausapin ang DOE. Natulungan din kami. Kasi sabihin ng DOE, bakit hindi natin pwedeng gawin? Hindi ba nila alam kwentahin? Kasi maaaring ang DOE kaya niyang kwentahin dito. Ano ang impact sa mga industries natin? For example, particularly the manufacturing sector. Anong impact kapag ka naibaba mo ang production cost nila? Lalaki ang kanilang output. Para ko na nakita yun. Kasi tinitingnan lang natin yung mawawala sa atin sa collection ng taxes. Bakit hindi nila tingnan kung gaano ang ilalaki ng ating economy? Siguro kapag binaba natin, inalis natin ang VAT, yung kapalit naman nun is probably triple the economy. So, mas malaking buwis ang makukwenta. So, imbes na pag-usapan natin yung kawalan ng kusan, sabay ka kukuha ng kukolektahin ko dyan kapag sabi mo naman sa kanila, problema mo yun, ikaw nagkakolekta. Bakit mo ako akong problema niya? Yan. Ang problema mo lang, i-depends ako kung ano yung sinasabi ng batas. Affordable, transparent, reasonable, competitive. Eh, sinasabi ng IPR. Kung kasi nilagyan ng VAT, kaya nga naging exorbitant. Eh, pinagmulan natin ay affordable. Ba't nilagyan ng 12% VAT? Sino bang may idea nun, Mr. Chair? Wala naman dapat. Basahin po ninyo yung IPIRA in its original form. Wala talaga eh. Bigla na lang nagkaroon ng 6% VAT pagkatapos binigyan na naman ng another 6%. Kaya, tanggalin natin yon. And then we will present a study na kapag ginawa natin yon, ang ating manufacturing sector talagang lalaki. Ito po yung problema. Bagsak po ang manufacturing natin. It is not contributing significantly to our economy. Ang ating pong GDP is consumption-driven. Dapat production-driven. Imagine po nyo yung ating cement industry, Mr. Marasigan, Yusek Marasigan. 70% ng production cost is electricity, power. Kaya po hindi sila gumiginhawa. Ang nakikinabang po ang Vietnam. Ayun pong mga cold storage natin, kaya hindi tayo makaimbak ng pagkain natin. 60% is electricity. Subukan ninyong ibaba ang production cost by way of reducing the rates of electricity. Para ko nang nakita kung gaano ang threefold, maybe fivefold giginhawa ang ating economy. And then, from there, we can collect more taxes. Yun ang gusto naming i-present na alternative. O di, bumaba ang kuryente, tumaas ang economy. Dapat yun ang aralin natin. My friend, President Coco Nograles, paano yung ano ba yung gusto kong yung ating universal charge for missionary electricity. This is your jurisdiction. Paano natin binabayaran yung sa pagitan? This is the subsidy. No? Meron tayong ginagamit na generation companies. We call them new power providers, NPPs. We're talking of the off-grid communities, sir. Kaya lang, most of this, hindi nila nagagampanan yung kanilang contracted energy capacity. Karaniwan. So, paano nyo minamanage? Paano nababayaran to if they have not delivered their contracted energy with the distribution utility?
Mr. Chair, thank you for your question. No? Magandang tanong yan. Unang-una, yung mga ina-apply po na mga UCMEs at binabayaran itong mga new power providers or qualified third parties, depends po dun sa approval din yan sa ERC. So yung nababayaran lang po natin doon ay yung mga karapat-dapat na mabayaran. So kung may shortfall sila, hindi sila mababayaran dun sa kanilang shortfall. Yun ang ginagawa po natin.
We'll go to that. Pero in principle, how do you manage the subsidy payments to the NPPs?
Pass-through po yun. So yung nakokolekta lang namin dun sa mga ECs, yung mga SAGAR. Tapos yung merong pinapass-through na mga UCMEs sa kanila, from the UCMEs, binibigay lang namin pag na-approve na ng ERC.
Hindi, yung NPC is overseeing the SPAG areas. Let's say, Mindoro, Palawan, Masbate, Catanduanes,
Yes.
etc.
Yes.
So meron kayong missionary electrification development plan. Di ba? In order to project the power requirements in each of these SPAG areas. Ngayon, paano ninyo ma-allocate yung payment of subsidies per each of these SPAG areas? Ito yung gusto nating malaman. Because you continue to collect itong subsidy na to na kung tawagin natin ay universal charge. Ito nga yung nagpapahirap din sa ating mga consumers. Kasama ito sa binabayaran nila.
So, meron silang mga claims, Mr. Chair. And yung mga claims ng mga ito, syempre, verify po natin yung performance nila. At kung hindi nila naaabot, hindi po namin sinusupport yung claims na yan. And nakabudget din naman yung mga subsidies na ito. And
Yes, but we have to start with the UKME allocation kasi kayo nag-approve ng plan.
Yes.
Alam niyo kung magkano ang allocation in each of these PAG area.
Meron po tayo. Mga
So, kung minsan yung tagal ng pag-approve ninyo, hindi nagiging yung tagal ng regulatory approval, that will take years kung minsan pero yung subsidy nasa inyo na it becomes a problem do sa transparency and accountability level kung paano ninyo hindi kasi pare-pareho eh. I'll give you an example. Yung what do you call this? On October 2, a demand letter of Power One Corporation for payment request of about 140 million was coursed through your office, and I believe there was already a directive from the ERC to pay this 140 million
Yes,
pesos.
Mr. Chair. 144 million. Dumaan
Oh
po
yes,
sa
something
office
to that effect.
na. Yes, Mr. Chair. It's being
How come
processed.
it's not being paid?
It's being processed, Mr. Chair.
Oh,
Kasi kaka-decide lang ng ERC dyan, so there was a claim, Mr. Chair. And then the ERC, dumaan po yan sa table ko just this week. And then, siguro mga 10 minutes lang sa table ko. Mas mabilis po kesa sa yung pag-reply ko ng mga messages.
10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
2 hours you'll be able to pay that.
It has to go through a process, Mr. Chair.
Oh, how long is the process?
I think that's, so nag-okay na yung ERC, and then we're gonna go to SAM, no? Yeah. Yeah,
Yung letter
magvo-vouchering-
po ng ERC,
magvo-vouchering
Mr.
pa
Chair,
yan.
is September 18, 2025. Sabi niya, bayaran mo na siya. Tama, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh. So why is it?
May mga
So ilang
internal,
araw ang processing?
may internal processes po kami. So pagdating sa amin, that's a few,
Yeah, but I think the chairman would like to know how many days will it take?
I think from now, probably we're going to pass it on to SAM, and then SAM will already release it. Siguro less than 30 days, Mr. Chair. Less than
Mr. Chair.
30 days.
30 days daw?
Less than.
10 days.
Best efforts, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Pisam, if you allow me, Mr. Because it goes through back and forth sa agencies. If Pisam can commit a certain number of days when this will be released once NPC submits.
Mr. Chair, just for the information, it's actually allowed na 45 days yung processing time. So, best efforts pa. We're still within the 45 days, Mr. Chair. Pero best efforts po, mas mabilis.
Kasi po, Mr. Chair, alam po natin na these power producers are using their own capital and their own money sa matagal na panahon. For example, I think I'm talking about Ormeco here in Mindoro. Ameco, Ormeco, I don't know. Nakukumpisa ko sa dalawang power producers. Pero nila yung ginagamit nila eh. So, yung tagal po ng pagbabayad to reimburse them sometimes affect the efficiency, effectiveness of the system. Kaya napipilitan po silang ibaba nila yung requirement to produce the needed electricity. And ang nangyayari, ang naapektuhan yung mga mamamayan. And this defeats the very purpose of missionary electricity. Kaya yung processing po rin, hindi ko alam kung why would it take until 45 days or 30 days. If there is already a directive from the ERC, and if the money is there, I don't think you can delay it for 5 days or 3 days. Kasi kailangan po nila yung pera. Ang apektado dito, siyempre kung hirap na rin po yung PC nga halimbawa, hindi naman ganun kahaba. Ito yung pinag-uusapan natin. We're talking of missionary electricity, electrification program here. And they are spun areas, and you're own responsibility. So, how do we justify 45 days, 30 days? Yun ang
Mr. Chair.
see what is the reasonable period in this instance.
It depends on their internal process, but of course, around the 15 days would seem already to be reasonable.
I heard 5 days. I'm sorry, I'm hard bargainer. Oh, 10 days.
Since dumaan na po sa table ko at in-okay ko na po. Yes, sir.
Oo, alam ko naman dahil tayo magkasama, sir. Tayo nga dalawa pag nag-usap yung gagawin natin yun, kahapon tapos na Oh, yan. Mr. Chair. Okay, titigilan na kita. Pwede pa po sa PISAM, Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, kasi po yung mission ng PISAM is to manage the sale of power assets, liquidation of NPC obligations, and administer incentives such as missionary electrification and renewable developers under EPIRA framework. Ito po yung medyo mahirap ding unawain dito Ang NPC, meron siyang missionary effort. Ang PISAM, meron siyang missionary effort. Pero nakikita ko lang gumagawa nito yung yung NEA Mr. NEA, ikaw ba tinutulungan itong dalawang ito kasi palagi ikaw nabubugbog ka pag ikaw ay nasa Congress. Lalo na yung mga kasama ko, ikaw na lang palagi sinusulatan at piniperwisyo.
Maganda po ang samahan namin sa Energy Family ngayon. We are all working as a team, Mr. Chair.
Tinakot ka ba nila?
Hindi, Mr.
Huwag ka
Chair.
mag-alala. Hindi pwedeng hindi ka nila tulungan, di ba? How much of the 2026 budget will be devoted to accelerating the sale, privatization, or repurposing of remaining NPC generation and real estate assets? PISAM.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Senator Marcoleta. For clarity, with regards to the universal charge for missionary electrification, Mr. Chair, our role on missionary electrification is to collect from distribution utilities and electric cooperatives, and once we've collected those amounts, we remit the same to NAPOCOR. With regards to our mandate on the privatization of the generation assets,
Hindi po ang tinatanong ko, how much of the 2026 budget na pinresent nyo sa amin will be devoted to accelerating the sale, privatization, or repurposing of remaining NPC generation and real estate assets?
let me get back to you on that, Mr. Chair. I'll check with my team specifically for specific amounts from the different groups, Mr. Chair. I don't have that with me. But the mandate of PISAM, the whole of the organization, is to privatize the generation and IPP assets of PISAM, Mr. Chair. Right? So in that sense, it's the whole organization is moving towards that mandate.
Okay, as you continue to meet NPC obligations, financial obligations, what measurable reduction in total outstanding debts is projected for 2026?
Again, I will give you the statistics within the day, Mr. Chair. But for sure, I think we have been very efficient in our in the managing of the debt obligations, specifically in our partnership with Land Bank and the Development Bank of the Philippines. It has proven to be a very good relationship. We're in coordination with Land Bank, President Inet, and DBP, President Mike. It's been proven that we have been able to reduce the cost of borrowing vis-a-vis borrowing from private banks, Mr. Chair. Senator Marcoleta.
Wala pa kayong naibibigay na information sa akin. How can you show that you are very, very sure about it.
We definitely...
Halimbawa, yung universal charge. Kasi ang pinag-uusapan lang natin, yung nandun sa affordability na naman tayo. May connection naman kayo in lowering the charge of electricity rates. Sa universal charge pa lang, kaya po tayo interesado rito, lalong-lalo na yung stranded contract cost. Bakit po hanggang ngayon ay kasama pa rin sa billing ng isang ordinaryong household yung payment ng stranded cost kung talagang nagagampanan ninyo yung mandato ng batas na ma-dispose natin lahat ang assets ng NPC at sa ganon ay mabawasan na yung binabayad ng ating mga households sa elektrisidad. Hanggang ngayon po ay yung stranded contract cost ay kasama pa rin sa billing. Universal charge nandun pa rin, pero hanggang ngayon nandito pa rin tayo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regards to stranded contract cost, please recall, Mr. Chair, that there is the Mula Corriente Act. It prohibited the continued collection of the universal charge for stranded contract costs and stranded debt. So for the purpose, stranded contract cost in our bill is 0. However, we still have 4 centavos of universal charge for stranded debt, which is supposed to end the collection in 2027 po.
Sigurado kayo, stranded cost wala na?
Wala na po, 0 na po yun. And under the MKA law po, it was prohibited to the further collection ng stranded contract cost at saka stranded debt,
Okay,
except for
bakit
those that were previously approved by the ERC po.
Bakit yung stranded cost ay pinipili, ay hanggang ngayon binabayar pa natin?
Wala na po. Wala na, hindi naman po nyo makita yan sa bill nyo po. Kung sa Meralco po kayo naka-residence, wala na po yan sa Meralco bill, yung stranded contract cost.
Ano na lang ang nandoon?
Stranded debt of about 4
Okay.
centavos.
Bakit
Na
po pati stranded debt ay binabayaran pa?
per the MKA law, Mr. Chair, Senator Marcoleta, the MKA law prohibited also the collection of stranded debt except for those that were already previously approved by the ERC. Therefore, the remaining stranded debt or the approved ERC for stranded debt is about 4 centavos, and the end collection date for this particular item is in 2027, Mr. Chair.
So,
Senator
Mr.
Marcoleta.
ERC is throwing the issue to you.
Hindi po. It was a previously approved ERC decision long ago, Mr. Chair. We continue to collect that, and once it's fully collected, we project to end in 2027.
Yung stranded debt, by 2027, wala na babayaran.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Senator Marcoleta.
So that will be 2 years from now.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pero yung corporate life po ninyo ay hanggang kailan po kayo?
The under Mr. Chair, the original corporate life of PISAM is supposed to end in June 2026.
O paano natin masisiguro hanggang 2027 na sinasabi mo? Ang
Ayun po,
buhay mo
so,
hanggang next year.
The corporate life was given an extension via RA 12179 for an additional 10 years. The law was passed this year, extending the corporate life of PISAM to June of 2036.
Nakalimutan ko lang na barahin niyang batas na yun. Dapat hindi ka na hanggang 2026 ka na lang kasi hanggang ngayon hindi namin mapili yung pagmura ng kuryente talaga eh. Isip-isipin ninyo, ilang years po ang buhay na binigay sa inyo, yung original?
The original po was 25 years.
So, isip-isipin ninyo, 25 years. Ang tungkulin lamang niyo po, ibenta niyo lamang yung NPC assets eh. Di ba? Ang nangyari po kasi, imbes na ibenta ninyo ng bago. Kasi po, halimbawa, meron nagbebenta kayo ng sasakyan. Sir, ano? Bago nyo ibenta yung sasakyan, pagkagandahin nyo muna, di ba? Ipinturahan mo. Siguro, papalitan mo ng konti yung mga... Nilalagyan mo ng puro loy para sa ganun maging marketable. Tama po?
But part of the mandate, as found in the Mr. Chair, Senator Marcoleta, we are supposed to optimize the privatization proceeds. So whatever we need to do to make it optimize that proceeds, we'll do it. Mr. Chair, Senator Marcoleta.
Pagbibenta mo na yung pinag-uusapan natin.
So pagbenta mismo po ng assets, Mr. Chair, given the limited funds of government, we did not necessarily first improve the asset before actual sale. The privatization plan that PISAM implements, Mr. Chair, is an as is where is privatization plan.
Wala kayong mandate na improve nyo man lang para sa ganun, mapagbinenta ninyo ay mas mataas ang halaga.
Well, Mr. Chair, Senator Marcoleta, part of the problem of government when PIRA was passed, there was a lack of fiscal space. So therefore, the amount of funds given to NAPOC or PISAM to rehabilitate and fix these power plants was not part of the mandate given to PISAM, Mr. Chair. The mandate was sell as is and let the private sector improve these assets as can be proven from the various plans that were taken over by the private sector.
The problem is there was no mandate for you to use the assets. Ibenta lang dapat.
Well, except for Agus and Pulangi, Mr. Chair, there's a particular provision in the PIRA that Agus and Pulangi should be retained by government for that from 10 years from PIRA, and only privatization can be considered after that 10-year period.
There were other facilities aside from Agus Pulangi na ginamit din ninyo bago ninyo binenta. So, yung bibili, kumbaga sa sasakyan, ginawa mo munang taxi, nung karagad na, tsaka mo binenta, wala na, puro scrap na lang. Kaya ganun na nangyari.
Well, hindi naman po. I think the experience of PISAM with regards to the privatization proceeds, Mr. Chair, it's proven that we are able to maximize
Well,
value.
at least there is experience, but in so far as our experience is concerned based also on some facts, hindi ganun nangyari. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, baka magalit ka sa akin, ikaw na muna.
Tayong dalawa lang naman, Mr. Chairman, so one to sawa tayo. Sige, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you pointed out a lot of important items. I'll follow up on those items, Mr. Chairman. Senator Marcoleta. But I'll go to some items in the budget. I'll start off with DOE. Secretary Green. May nakita ako sa budget ninyo na yung advertising expense increased by 65%, and then yung donations increased by 56%. Any particular reason bakit tumaas siya ng more than 50%? I consider more than 50% something substantial. And donation, meron ba tayong particular activity why we need donations?
Mr. Chair, most of the donations and advertising expense increases are under the Bureau of EUMB, Energy Utilization.
Is that kayo, Mario?
Yes. Yes.
Kayo na naman yung Mario. Paborito ni Senator Marcoleta. Any particular reason yung Mario, bakit ang advertising and donation are we bang i-donate natin?
Thank you very much. Well, primarily we are the Energy Utilization Management Bureau. Related po ito dun sa question kanina ni Senator Marcoleta. We are coming up, we have programs in identifying sino yung lalagyan natin ng unang mga solar rooftop installations as donation. So it's part of that.
So magdo-donate kayo ng solar
Yes.
rooftop
Yes.
to private?
Local government units.
Local government units.
Yes.
Okay. So this is solar rooftop ng donation.
Yes.
As incentives, you mean?
Yes.
But why do you need to incentivize solar rooftops? Hindi ba savings is already enough of an incentive?
Kailangan po kasi nating mag-set ng good examples. Kailangan ipakita natin na magro-roll out yun. One of the concerns that we have discussed in the committee is that not all local government units are capable of doing solar rooftop installation.
Hindi, I understand
Parti-
that. I understand.
So yun po yung isang concern na ina-address
Ang
natin.
concern nila is not the use, but how to procure.
Procure, yes.
how
Yung
to
pong procurement.
Kasi, actually, ito yung problema with local government units. They don't want to spend for it, but they want to share on the savings. Diba?
Thank you, Mr.
Ang
Chair.
problema, ang COA, hindi rin na-recognize yun. No? I don't know kung na-change na yung rules. No? Kasi,
Yeah.
in effect, wala kang binibid eh. No? So,
Yes po.
ang savings, ang parang nakukuha mong, ang nag-share kayo dun sa savings. Diba? So, but how do you value that, no? Yung savings? Yun ang hindi clear under the rules.
Well, actually, under the energy service contract concept, any improvements that will produce energy savings will be shared between the third-party participant, the ESCO,
Yes,
and the owner.
correct. But is that recognized by COA?
Yes,
Diba? Yan ang problema eh. That concept sa private, matagal na yan eh. Na mayor pa ako, actually, andyan na yan. Ang problema, yung mga LGUs, hindi nila magamit yung concept because may COA issue. I'm not saying ayaw ng COA. Hindi lang nare-recognize ng COA. The rules for that type of savings sharing mechanism is not so clear. Yun ang kailangan yung i-clear up.
yes po,
Tulungan yung mga LGUs.
yes po, including po yung procurement procedures
Yes.
under yung
Correct.
ating existing procurement law.
Yes.
Even with amendments, hindi pa po siya specified. Pero ang tinitingnan natin is this should fall under specific specialized procurement.
Correct, correct.
So
correct.
yun po yung tinitingnan natin na avenue on how we can really explain that, not only with our recipient beneficiaries.
So it's only ang sa mga LGUs ang only way nila is outright purchase.
yes.
Bibili sila ng solar rooftops.
Yeah.
No, pero hindi naman lahat ng LGU
Pero,
kaya, 'di ba? Yung
sir,
maliliit.
based on our experience, meron naman mga local government units na willing. Like for example,
Outright purchase.
hindi po outright purchase. Even if meron silang problema or hindi pa klaro yung rules. Like for example, in Siquijor, ang una naging problema natin doon is power supply. But nung i-introduce natin yung energy efficiency and conservation concept, including solar rooftop installation, inaccept at inacknowledge kagad ng provincial government. So nakipagmawa kagad ang Department of Energy.
Baka kasi
To effect.
G2G. G2G 'yun.
Hindi po G2G yon, kundi ang sinetup natin doon is for a third-party energy service company.
And wala silang problema sa COA.
So far, wala pa po. Kasi
Kasi
no cash out
Sila
sila.
ang naririnig ko with LGUs.
Yeah. No cash out po yung naging
Yes, correct.
Chair,
Yeah. Go ahead.
we're actually exploring, tama pa kayo, there might be problems with the audit, pero currently there are other models eh. Palis mo lang yung rooftop mo sa developer. That's possible without any problems. So, we're actually trying to develop this model para mas madali sa LGU din. And no cash out sa kanila.
Yeah. Suggestion ko is to mediate between COA and LGUs kasi yan maraming LGUs natatakot eh. Baka ma-disallow. Then kawawa naman yung mayor. No? So I think it's we can mediate between COA and alam po COA ang hindrance eh. Doon sila natatakot eh.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will coordinate and we will make it part of our yung promotion sa local governments, particularly to include yung commission and audit.
Yes.
Yung commission and audit on the local side.
Yes, yes. So itong advertising, how come it increased by 65%?
Sir, that pertains po doon sa publication ng mga new policies natin.
Okay.
So yun lang po yung major expenses natin sa advertisement. Thank you.
Meron akong nakita rin additional 281 Secretary on Capital Out, 281 million on capital outlay.
Again, Mr. Chair, this is under EUMV. But this is more of meron silang mga testing facility for the EVs.
Any
I will give you the more specific details through Yusek Marasigan, Mr. Chair.
Yes, just to some clarification, additional 281 million.
Partly po kasi is we are putting up an alternative fuel testing center for transportation. And yung capital outlay includes the construction of the building for this testing facility. Ito kasi testing facility na to will help us determine na magkaroon tayo ng state-of-the-art testing center for vehicle fuel efficiency and emissions. This will also help us in our initiative to put an energy efficient labels for all mix of cars and vehicles, particularly with the introduction of the electric vehicle.
So itong 281 is testing facility.
The building part of the testing facility.
The building part of the testing, but leading to that. Yes, but leading to the testing. When you say alternative fuels, ano ito? Hydrogen?
Primarily
Or
po sa ngayon,
biofuels?
primarily po sa ngayon, ang ano natin is electric.
Electric, okay.
Yes.
Alright. Okay. So this is for electric vehicles.
Yes po.
Okay. And then I'll go to that kasi nabuksan na itong I also saw in the budget yung alternative fuels and technologies program nag-increase siya by 281%. And then may nakita rin akong alternative fuel program for transportation and other purpose locally funded nag-increase siya from 64 million to 341 million. Yeah. Any particular reason for that? And I support this kasi nakikita naman natin nagiging uso na ngayon yung electric vehicles and I thank the Secretary for clarifying yung license. I think kasi maraming bumibili ng electric vehicle dahil sa exempted sa coding. Pero natakot silang pag-register pa sa DOE, so that's another layer. But the Secretary clarified na hindi na.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to further clarify, no, yung total increase natin from 64 to 341 includes na po rito yung kabuuan ng ating vehicle testing facilities. And that test and ang kalakihan nito ay yung building pa lang, ang 281.
Okay.
Tapos to follow yung procurement ng ating testing facility equipment itself in the succeeding years.
Okay.
So meron na naman tayong proposed location, meron na tayong initial location. This will be in Cavite State University in Rosario, Cavite.
Testing facility to.
Yes.
Training or testing?
Testing. So, and ang kabuuan niyo po niyan, pag nakompleto, hindi siya malilimit sa electric vehicles. Kasama na rin po dyan yung development natin ng concept ng next generation vehicles to include yung hydrogen and yung ating SAF or yung substitute aviation fuel.
Okay. So in other words, pero itong investment natin next year kasi lumaki basically among the programs yung alternative fuels and technology program lumaki. So meaning we're focusing on electric vehicles next year.
Yeah, on the testing facility.
On the testing facility. But as a program, yun ang ating focus.
It's part po ng ating overall CREVI, yung ating electric vehicle roadmap.
What are we testing sa electric vehicle? The quality? But why do we need a testing facility?
Right now, Mr. Chair, ang ating primary testing na ginagawa is for recognition, labeling, nung mga models and makes na dumarating dito sa atin. So it's ginagawa po natin yan for appropriate registration. So nakapost sa website natin yung lahat na acknowledge, labelize natin ng mga mix and models ng mga electric vehicles. Yung testing facility natin, once it's done, then dito na po yung actual standards development natin.
Okay. So itong mga electric vehicle, ang dami na kasi pumapasok. In fact, nasabi ko na take note yan ni Senator JV. So lahat ito magkakaroon ng standards and labeling.
Yes po.
And to keep it simple, malalaman ngayon ng consumer alin dito ang mas energy efficient.
Tama po.
Okay, so mayroon silang comparison in
Yes po. Hindi naman po bago sa Department of Energy yan kasi even before, meron po tayong ginagawa mga ecoran to identify yung fuel consumption rating naman ng mga combustion engines. So yun po yung katumbasan sa mga electric vehicles.
Okay, alright. I'll go to yung ito na buksan ni Senator Marcolea, yung energy efficiency. I saw in kanina sa presentation ninyo, when we pull up that presentation, yung sa DOE, sa energy efficient, yan. So, pag itong kinocompute ko, for example, sa designated establishment, sa energy service companies, and you, pag binanggato sa total energy consumption of 126,000 gigawatts, ang energy efficiency natin is only 0.73% ang natipid natin. No? And I think this is a low-hanging fruit, to be honest about it. But I was expecting malaking savings from our energy efficiency policy. But after all these years, 0.73% pa lang ang nasisave natin. No? If you also look at itong, let's say, yung energy service companies, less than $1 billion yung investment, yung total investment in designated establishment, maybe respectable at 8 billion. But if you look at the total na save, no, due to energy efficiency and conservation, it's only 0.73%.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yes, we do understand. There's still a information campaign and education campaign na talagang kailangan dito. Kasi Filipino by culture is not used to energy conservation. Now, ang low-lying fruit dito is the government agencies actually. So, for example, we have a MOA with DOH na ngayon, recently, about 3 or 4 months ago, to audit all the hospitals and hopefully to put as much solar as we could in the hospitals. Now we have as a pilot here in Metro Manila, may isang hospital na, and we'll try to duplicate that with the 87 hospitals of DOH. Same way with TESTA and CHED, and hopefully with other agencies. Ang rollout lang medyo mabagal nga kasi limited ang capacity ng DOE. No? But I think starting with all this na government agencies lang, which is the major consumer of electricity in the country, pag nakuha na namin yung tamang model with our MOAs, with all these agencies, TESDA, CHED, and DOH, I think it will be faster by next year, Mr. Chair. So, umpisahan lang namin ito and see kung anong mas attractive sa mga agencies because, as you said, there's COA issue and procurement issue also. Yeah. Pero I will work on this to, may target na yan si Mario Activin, what is target for 2026 and 2027?
I think ang low-hanging fruit is government. Kaya itong mga ito, actually, hindi pa kami LED yata eh. So, I mean, mga ganitong facilities, kasi under the law, dapat ang mga government should be energy efficient, should use energy efficient technology. But government itself, hindi pa tayo umabot sa ganun eh. That's a low-hanging fruit. And then the second would be the designated establishment. Kasi mandated sila talagang magkaroon ng mga officers for energy efficiency. So lahat ba ng designated establishment, have you lahat ba ng mga dapat maging designated establishment, are they already in the system?
Yes, we don't know yet to affirm that all are covered, but we have registered. Nag-start po tayo ng 4,700 establishments in 2022. And in 2024, we are already at 9,278. So nag-increase tayo, but of course, the total population ng ating mga registered designated establishment, kailangan pa natin makalap kasi normally sa mga urban centers tayo nakafocus, and yet we understand naman na meron ding mga qualified or pwedeng maging registered participants doon sa mga probinsya na may mga particularly may mga SMEs.
Yes. Well, malayo pa tayo kung 9,000. No? We're
Yes,
talking about, I think,
Yes.
ang large taxpayer natin is about 150,000.
Yes.
No? So,
Recognize po, but it's really difficult. Kulang talaga tayo sa resources. But the campaign is there.
those are the nakikita kong pinakamabilis na magkaroon tayo ng results sa government. Because under the law, government is mandated and you have the power to compel government through a roadmap. Diba? And then pangalawa, designated. Kasi designated, mandatory sila under the law.
Thank you.
Yung mga maliliit, baka pwede pang delay ng konti. Pero yung mga lalaki, mga steel companies, cement companies, manufacturing, hospitals, private and public, these are all hotels. So these are all designated establishments. So, ang problema, hindi lang na-enforce.
Yeah. And, yes po, and actually, ang campaign natin is also for all the registered establishments to have their energy conservation managers.
Yes.
At ang naging dilemma po natin is mostly on, again, on the government, particularly the local government units. Kasi it's supposed to be a plantilla position to have an eco managers, but
For local governments.
yes,
Pero yung private,
yung private automatic
Kailangan-
po yun,
oo.
dapat meron.
Correct.
Duly registered po dapat yung
correct.
kanila.
Pero hindi pa kayo nag-enforce, no?
Meron na po.
Nag-enforce na kayo?
Yes po.
Okay.
Talagang yung coverage lang natin yung kulang.
Yeah, that's why nga you have to enforce na.
Yeah.
You have to
By the way
Pagaya
po,
nung EVs, meron kayong power to mandate establishment to put charging stations.
yes po. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Dito rin sa energy conservation, may power rin kayo to compel.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, actually, I recognize po and I wish to inform you that recently nga po when the Secretary met with the PE2, the ESCO group, the Secretary actually guided us that he wants these ESCOs to be a part of the audit team of the Department of Energy. We can take the phase 1, phase 2 audit, but the third level and fourth level and beyond should be undertaken already by the ESCOs. So magkakaroon kami ng convergence program with the private sector. Kasi kung tayo lang yung gagawa ng energy audit, we cannot cover all.
In the clean energy scenario, ano ang contribution from energy efficiency?
As of now po, 10% pa lang yung target natin.
Kaya ba? Pero 0.1 pa lang, wala pang 0.1, wala pang 0.7
Kakayanin po yan.
pa lang eh.
Kakayanin po yan.
Oo. So,
Mr.
malayo
Chair.
pa tayo sa sarili niyong target.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, hoping that Valenzuela will be one of our model cities.
It's really the rules ng bidding. I think pag naayos yan, maraming LGU pupunta sa energy efficiency.
Yeah. Actually,
We tried to
yeah.
mediate with COA, but I think DOE will be in a better position.
yeah, we are even looking on aggregated rooftop installation as part of this energy efficiency. But the aggregation concept is also a more complex procurement process. Kaya medyo hindi kami makatake off. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I'll go to, let me just look at my notes.
Ako muna, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Marcoleta, go ahead.
Hindi talaga ako makaalis-alis sa affordability. Pasensya na kayo. Madam Secretary, this very nagging problem about system loss kasi. Kasi nasa batas kasi ito RA, nakalimutan ko na, ano ito, 1078 ba to? Kung nandun pa tayo. Nandun naman kasi Pwede ba natin talagang tanggalin na yung system loss kung hindi naman masyadong malaking problema sa DOE ito?
Before ERC, Mr. Chair, I'll just add to the problem of system loss, Mr. Chair. There's also tax on top of the system loss also.
Yun na
Mr.
nga,
Chair.
only in the Philippines.
Yes, sir.
May system loss ka na, pagkatapos yung system loss meron pang tax. Hindi ko maintindihan talaga yun. How can you tax something that does not exist?
Yes, Mr. Chair. And on the system loss, there has to be a balance. I think Chair Nino can explain better. Because the lower your system loss is, it might be also costly sa DU. So, I'll leave to Chair Nino, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Insofar as system loss, dahil natural yung ibang component ng system loss, talagang hindi maiiwasan, but it can be minimized. And to minimize it,
Kinakailangan mag-reduce ng capital expenditures ang distribution utilities or kaya pababain yung kanyang pilferages. So may katumbas yun, so kakailanganin lang na balansehin po.
Yung balancing kasi ang problema, Chair, ano? Dahil sa katulad nga niyang pilferage, nangyayari naman talaga ito, lalo na sa Valenzuela at sa Caloocan. Hindi mo narinig, Mr. Chair. Buti lang hindi mo narinig. Itong mga pilferage sa electricity. Sabi ko marami yan ako sa Valenzuela at sa Caloocan. Ano? Hindi ko lang malamang alin yung mas. Ano? Hindi ito kontrolado ng distribution utility. Talagang maraming nagnanakaw ng kuryente. Kaya lang, para ipasa natin doon sa pangkalahatang consumers naman, wala namang kinalaman sa, siguro kung ipasa mo doon sa nagnakaw, okay lang yun. Pero wala namang kinalaman sa pagnanakaw, pero nakasama sa pagbabay niya ng kuryente, yung ninakaw ng kapitbahay niya. This is something that is very, very inequitable. Kaya sa pagbabalanse natin, sino ba yung proteksyonan natin? Yung gumagawa ng kuryente o yung gumagamit ng kuryente? That's the balancing factor. Sabi kasi ng Supreme Court decision dito, any expense charged to a consumer by a distribution utility that did not relate to his benefit is inequitable and unjustified. So, pilferage, ninakaw ng kapitbahay niya, it did not inure to his benefit. Bakit niya babayaran? So, ito yung pinaka-problema eh. And let's talk about, mag-umpisa tayo para maunawaan nating lahat. Kayo po, ERC and NEA, interested kayo doon sa mga electric cooperatives doon sa Uniform Reportorial Requirements or URR. Tama?
Tama. Kung meron tayo pinatutupad na
Yung pong distribution utility, nung bumili siya sa power producer, X amount, at nung makolekta niya, X amount, meron diferensya eh. Di ba?
Tama po yun.
So bumili siya sa supplier, nung singilin niya yung binenta niya, hindi niya ma-maximize yung, yun ang, technically, yun ang system loss, tama?
Tama, yun po yung konsepto natin ng system loss, yung difference ng kilowatt hours na sinupply ng mga suppliers ng isang distribution utility at saka yung kilowatt hours naman na naibenta ng distribution.
Kaya nga, so ano po yun? Nasaan po yung problema? Maaari mo nang kolekta. Hindi niya nakolekta ng tama. Maaari hindi mabinulsa niya siguro. Pangkaraniwan ganun po eh. So, yung technical side po nito, sabi ng Meralco, for example, meron po talagang this is natural in this commodity. Tumaas ang voltahe, di ba? Umusok, may nawala. Siguro, nabalatan ng kuryente, lumabas ang kuryente. Sa layo mula doon sa generation to transmission, hanggang doon sa huli-huli ang bahay na sinuplayan mo. Depende sa layo, di ba? Yun ang technical. Kaya lang, sabi ko, pinipilit ko nga, bago ka naman nagpasya na gumawa ng kulam mo na ito eh. Di ba? Halimbawa, ikaw ang may-ari ng Meralco, Mr. Chair. nung ginawa mo yung Meralco, pati yung iyong mga shareholders, alam nila na meron po kayong risk dito. Meron kayo talagang technical loss. Hindi nyo naman pinag-usapan, hindi, ipapasa natin sa ano. Hindi po eh. Na-recognize na ninyo, from the time you decided to go into this venture, alam nyo na meron kayong technical loss. Yun ang punto. May mawawala at mawawala. Hindi po ba?
Yun pong ating mga distribution utility kasi,
Hindi, sumagot ka muna.
may mawawala at
Oh,
may
yun.
mawawala.
Pero alam nyo po yun.
Opo,
Ngayon, nung alam po ninyo yon bago kayo magpasya na gumawa ng kuryente, sa akin, these are calculated element of risks associated with business.
ang
Tama
negosyo po kasi ng ating mga distribution utility ay hindi gumawa ng kuryente, kundi ay maghatid lang. At sa kanilang paghahatid, may nawawala ng kuryente. At yung kanilang paninigil naman ay pinapastro lang nila yung gastos doon sa kuryenteng idiniliver sa kanilang distribution system at yung kuryente na actual na naibenta nila sa mga kanilang customers.
Nga po. Alam nila na bibili sila, di ba? From generation, bibili sila doon. Tapos yung transmission, dadalhin sa kanya, at siya naman ang magdadala sa household. Alam niya yun eh. May mawawala from generation, from transmission, doon sa distribution utility, at papunta sa household. Sa lahat ng dinaanan po ng kuryente na yun, alam niya na may mawawala.
Opo, kaya nga po pinabawi yun doon sa power cost niya. Dahil nga yung nawawalan yun ay may katumbas na halaga. At yun ay kasama doon sa kanyang gastos na maaaring mabawi as a pass-through cost sa kanyang mga customer subject to the cap that was.
So, punta tayo ngayon sa pagbabawi. Yung non-technical, nandun ngayon, yung nangungulikta, nagkamali ng pagkulikta, yung hindi niya nabasang tama yung metro, yung billing clerk, mali yung ganito, these are non-technical. Walang kasalanan po yung ano rito eh. Pati ba naman yun ibabawi mo?
Yung pong non-technical na pinag-uusapan natin dito ay yung karaniwan ay yung pilferages po. Kaya hindi na.
So paano po natin binabalanse yun? Kung hindi halimbawa, nire-recognize nyo po hindi may iwasan, paano natin reasonably mababalanse para hindi mabigat sa tao?
Yun po ay yung pag-aralan from time to time kung ano yung mga cap na ipatutupad ng ating mga distribution
So
utilities.
mula po ng 2001 nung magawa yung EPIRA hanggang ngayon, 24 years later, gaano na po yung pag-aaral? Gaano na po ang effort natin sa pagbabalanse ng problemang ito?
Simula po tayo sa mas matataas na cap at nitong 2018 po ay nagkaroon na ng pagtatakda ng bagong mga caps, mas mababa na, nasa 8% na. Nagsimula tayo sa private distribution utilities na mga nasa 12%. Ngayon po ay nasa 8 na. Pero ang actual nila ay mas mababa pa ngayon kahit hindi naman na.
Hindi po pag-aralan siguro natin, hindi yung pagbabalanse. Tingnan natin alin po po ba ang ating binibigyan ng emphasis? Yun pong gumagawa ng kuryente o yung gumagamit ng kuryente. Kasi kung titingnan po ninyo yung mga financials ng mga gumagamit ng kuryente, mapa generation, mapa transmission, mapa distribution, hindi naman po sila nalulugi, sa totoo lang. Siguro kayo, dahil kayo ERC, karaniwan na sa inyo, makita nyo yung financials nila eh. Di ba? Sa isa sa mga resolution pa nga ninyo, naglagay pa kayo ng cap eh. For example, meron kayong cap doon sa kanilang yung equity whatever. Meron kayong nakalimutan ko yung term eh. Nag-set pa kayo ng ano eh, parang should be only 36 point something o 13.65%. Yung cap sa isang distribution utility. Meron po akong nakita resolution ninyo. Pero pag tinignan nyo, hindi po 13.65%. Doon particular instance na yun, 22%. Sa mga hindi po ninyo, hindi napapanagot eh. Kaya, saan po kayo na nakakita na distribution utility na nalugi? Hindi ba natin pwedeng pag-aralan? Halimbawa, yung Meralco, nakita niyo na po ba yung return to equity ng Meralco? Kung gaano po yung percent?
Sa ngayon po, magsisimula na kami ng rate reset. Kaya matitingnan ulit kung ano yung nararapat na singil sa kanila as part ng kanilang rates na weighted average of capital.
Di po, sinasabi ko, kung halimbawa tinanggal natin ang system loss, kunwari lang pumayag na silang lahat at napag-aralan natin dapat nang tanggalan ng system loss kahit na private distribution, kahit na electric cooperatives, o kahit na pa yung off-grid areas, blah, blah, blah. Di ba natin masusuri kung ganong impact, kung malulugi ba sila o hindi, gaano ay kalulugi nila? Palagi ko, hindi sila malulugi. Yun lang po yung gusto kong makita. Let's say 20 billion peso per year na income nila. Lugi ba yun?
May halaga po kasi may gastos itong nakatumbas itong system loss associated sa generation at saka sa transmission.
Naintindihan ko. Ang sinasabi ko po, yung kinikita po ng distribution utilities, kung aalisin natin yung malaking bagay po ba, ma-improvise ba sila kung talagang alisin na natin? Yun ang gusto kong makita po.
Ngayon po kasi pass-through purely pass-through ang kanilang pangungulekta ng generation at transmission. Wala silang kita doon. So kung ano lang yung kanilang actual na ginastos na inaalaw ng ERC, yun lang ang
Hindi,
kanilang
yung pass-through po, yung silang nangungulekta sa generation and transmission. Kaya lang sa kanila, meron din silang cost na, ito po yung sinasabi natin. Ang ano po kasi, ang system loss, transmission lang at saka distribution utility, pinag-uusapan natin.
Opo, pero ang sinisingil natin sa pamamagitan ng system loss charge ay yung halaga ng generation at transmission na katumbas nung nawawalang kilowatt hours po. Kaya't ito ay pinapass through din, subject to the cap. Kung ang
Walang system loss sa distribution? Halimbawa, Meralco?
Yun nga po yung nire-representa ng system loss na sinisingil lang ating mga distribution utilities. Ito ay yung para sa mga kilowatt hours na napapabilang dun sa system loss nila. At yung system loss na ito, ang component naman niya ay mayroong generation at mayroong transmission po.
O ipalagay na natin gano'n ang pagkakaintindi po ninyo dyan. Generation, transmission, and distribution. Di ba sila pwedeng mag-usap-usap? Prorata natin yung loss na yan. Ikaw 20% ka, ikaw 25%, ikaw ganito. Para sa gano'n mawala na lang sa tao. Para lang maipababa natin ang kuryente. Gano'n po sana yung philosophy na gusto kong mangyari.
Pwede po kasi na itulak natin, i-push natin yung cost na yan sa mga generators, but eventually kung ang mga generators naman ang mag-shoulder niyan, ipapasa din nila sa kanilang mga customers. So pero mas akma na ito ay mapabilang doon sa parte ng retail right ng ating mga distribution utility kasi ito ay yung nangyayari ng cost within their franchise area at sa kanilang pagsusupply sa kanilang mga customer po.
Kasi po, Mr. Chair, kapag ganun yung pinakapupuntahan ng ating pag-uusap, talagang mahihirapan talaga. Mahihirapan. Pag hindi natin binuksan yung isip natin, hanapan po natin ang lunas. Dahil hindi po masusunod yung sinasabi ng Korte Suprema. Kasi nanggaling na po sa Korte Suprema yung pananalita na ito. Any expense charged to a consumer by a private utility which did not inure to his benefit is unjustified and inequitable. Kailangan po nating panagutan yon. So naiintindihan ko na mayroong cost sa iba, ngunit in the final analysis po, ang pinag-uusapan, yung expense na hindi naman napunta sa kanyang ganansya, hindi nyo dapat singilin siya, sabi ng Korte Suprema. Doon tayo dapat magsimula, Mr. Chair. Iwanan po natin yan. Puntahan natin yung...
Mr. Chair, can I interrupt?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir Chair, I want to cite kasi system loss is due to something, no? I guess that's because may losses sa distribution utility sa EC. So, kinakalculate yan tapos pinabalik. But another way, not just by capping it, but another way of addressing the problem is fixing the efficiency of the utility, yung EC, for example. As a model, as an example, NIA, with the leadership of Admin Nani, has shown that to be effective in Zamboanga ba? Tama ba? In Zamboanga, inayos nila yung metering nila, dinagdagan. I think Admin Nani can explain it better. It will cost us a few millions na rin just to ensure na tama yung mga metro nila, kompleto siya. But it can be done also on the other end, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I recognize that, Madam Secretary. Kaya nga yung URR ay mandatory sa lahat ng mga electric cooperatives. Mandatory yung uniform reportorial requirements that dito nyo makikita kung ailing sila or underperforming electric cooperatives. Naintindihan ko yun, Madam. Kagaya po nitong feed-in tariff allowance, no? Nag-increase na po ngayon from 0.1189 per kilowatt hour to 0.2773 effective November 2025. Tama, Mr. Chair?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Or 74% increase that will be passed on to the consumers again. So, ito po, pinag-usapan natin ang affordability. Imbes na tayo papababa natin, lalo papataas po eh. Ngayon, to make matters worse, ito, yung green energy auction natin, prices have not been reflected yet in the billing cycle. Pero consumers will soon be charged. So dalawa pong renewable energy subsidies na po ang ano rito, yung FIT and the JEA. So ano pong gagawin ng DOE rito? To manage the overlap in renewable energy incentives. Para maiwasan natin ang overlap or double charging sa mga consumers natin. So, again, the question is DOE focus limited to supply of generation without assessing the impact to the end users.
Mr. Chair, ang gaya kasi it will be subsidized and it will be reflected eventually nga sa bill natin at it will increase, no? But as on an overall, because of Gaya also, we are also in our energy mix will be included cheaper renewable energy. So may balancing din na rin yan. Kung bumibili ka ng ang generation mo, may epekto din dyan, nabababa din siya, pero maakyat din yung subsidy mo. But I think overall, it will be more of a reduction rather than increase, Mr. Chair.
Sana mapil natin, Madam Secretary, ano? Lalong-lalo na po yung mga consumers po natin na talagang mahirap na mahirap. Patuloy po silang nag-text kay Chairman Sherwin. Sabi nila, pinakikita po kasi sa akin ni Mr. Chair yung mga text messages almost every day. Mr. Chair, sabi nila, baka naman we can bend the law to make the people happy. Hindi, pinakikita mo kasi talaga pong because of that, tagtad na po kami ng ng text messages eh. You want us to be happy, Mr. Chair, sabi nila. Papayagin nyo na yung ERC na you bend the law. Alisin na muna natin yung system laws na yan. Hindi naman na magiging pobre lahat yung mga stakeholders na gumagawa ng pero yan lang naman. Palagay mo, palagay lang natin, pag inalis natin yung system laws, there's a general loss of, let's say, 1.5 billion per year across the board. Andyan na yun sa generation, transmission, and distribution. Palagay lang, 1.5 billion ang nawala sa kanila. Pag tinignan mo yung financials nila, 22 iba naman sa... Pero yung 1.5 billion na natipid po across the board doon sa mga consumers natin, nararamdaman po nila yun. Yun po yung principle. Pasensya na po kayo, ako talagang makulit sa ganito.
Mr. Chair, because we're talking here of not just Meralco but also the electric cooperatives.
Oo naman.
Doon sa singil nila, wala nga din silang return na binibigay sa kanila. Kaya't kung sila din ang mag-absorb ng cost ng system loss na yan, ay baka mas mahirapan po ang kanilang operasyon.
Mas mahirapan na. Pero hindi pa natin alam. Mahirapan talaga. Baka lang, yung energy plan po natin, Madam Secretary, 2023 to 2050, yung renewable energy is targeted to supply 35% ng ating power generation mix by 2030. Palagi po natin na nasasabi to. And to increase to 50% by 2040. And become the dominant source of electricity by 2050. Napakaganda pong projection, USEC, hindi ba? Pero narinig ko po si Undersecretary Kapongkol. Kala mo siguro hindi kita... Kala mo nilalampasan kita, hindi. Pero ang sabi mo kasi, we are now at 24% RE share in the energy mix, sabi mo. Eh sabi naman kanina ni Yusek Guevara, 31%. Para magkaiba kayo. Ikaw 24%, ikaw naman 31%. Ano man totoo ito?
Yung pong megawatts ay 32. Yung ay 30%. Yung pong megawatt hours, yung po yung 22.
Hindi po.
Apa.
Share po 25 sa energy mix po pinag-usapan natin. Sabi po ni Yusek Kapongkol, nasa 24% na po yung renewable energy sa energy mix. Kanina naman tinatanong ko kayo sa energy mix, ilang percent na ba yung renew? Sabi nyo naman 31. So sa percent po kayo nagkakaiba. So alin po, 24 o 31?
Pareho pong tama. Yung pong 31 kasi in megawatts, yung installed, yung capacity po in megawatts.
Naku.
Yung pong 24 in megawatt hours.
Ewan ko
Energy
ba?
po yon.
Baka si Administrator Almeda lang makakaintindi sa inyo dyan. Nagkaroon po ng SIP ngayon sa US, yung pagtulong nila sa kanilang mga kaalyadong bansa, di ba? Ayaw na ni Donald Trump. Wala na sa akin yan, kanya. Basta ako sa giyera na lang ako magko-concentrate, di ba? So ano epekto sa atin ngayon, ma'am? Sabi mo, sabi ni... Sino ba nagsabi? Nakita ko rito eh. Ikaw pala nagsabi. Chairperson sa Turnino 1. Wala kang epekto sa akin yan. Sige, paano natin... Hindi, sinabi mo. Ayun. It was supported by ERC Chairperson Francis Wan. Kasi dito ang state, the DOE said the SIP in U.S. renewable energy policy under President Donald Trump will have minimal effect to the Philippines. Oh, you supported it.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I don't recall that statement made, but yes, we support the Department of Energy's stated position regarding the impact of the shift in the policy in the United States.
Meron ng formal assessment, Madam Secretary, that this will not affect our program, energy program.
Yes, Mr. Chair, currently wala namang investor na US sa Philippines, or very minimal lang sa renewable energy. Mostly Asia and Europe ang investor natin, Mr. Chair.
last June 13, 2025, yung ERC nagkaroon po ng public consultation. Ito yung sinabi mo kanina in your opening salvo. It's about the Nasikore ba yun? Nasikore.
Nasikor po yung aming
Nasikore ba yun? Versus ERC, di ba? This is in regard to the decision of the Supreme Court that you have to find a new valuation methodology in regard to the regulatory asset base. Ang laking bagay po kasi nito, sapagkat karaniwan dito nagmumula po yung kung saan nyo kinakalculate yung rate po ng electricity, di ba? Ako po ay nagpunta ron. Ako lang po mag-isa. Kaya lang di ko kayo nakita ron kasi iba yung set ng panel, ano po. Hindi pa kayo ang nag-suggest po ako ng mga ilang bagay doon para makatulong naman. Halimbawa, ang sabi po namin doon, under the new rules, public utility services should be mandated to submit evidence that the assets included under the regulatory asset base are not only in working condition but must also necessary to and are regular that they are regularly and necessary used in their operations as distribution utilities. You know? Kasi po yung old, idle, and unnecessary assets such as recreational facilities and museums should not be included in the RAB. Tama naman po yun.
Tama po yun, Mr. Chair.
Tapos, ang sabi namin, instead of a single valuation method for all assets, ERC should utilize different valuation methods for different assets. Hindi naman po uniform ang mga assets. And then we also suggested that ERC should publish a standard list of assets category and assign a default valuation method for each category. At saka iba po, marami pa po yun na mahaba lang ito at hindi ko na sasabihin. Meron kaming kinonsider kasi ron. ERC may consider a reasonable and transparent risk premium, example 2 to 3%, to account for sector-specific risks and to encourage ongoing investment in infrastructure. The rate of return should also be reviewed and updated periodically to ensure it remains aligned with the current economic and financial climate. ERC should likewise publish a standard ROR formula or guideline to promote consistency and practicability. I believe I submitted this position statements on June 18, 2025. So, July, August, September, October. 4 months later, wala naman po akong na-receive na anything from you. Kahit na po hindi nyo ko pinasalamatan, okay lang po sa akin yun. Ang gusto ko lang malaman kung ito pong mga suggestions namin makakatulong po sa inyo at sa ating mga mamamayan.
Mr. Chair, dito ko lang po kasi gusto na gawin yon yung pagpapasalamat kay Senator Marcoleta
Ikaw naman,
doon sa kanilang participation.
Niloloko mo na ako niyan.
Hindi po, ipapaliwanag ko po kung ano yung inaprubahan naming trending method na kanina naman ay sinabi ko. Personal po namin gusto kayong pasalamatan dahil doon sa inyo pong mga inputs, yun po ang aming naging gabay doon sa pagdedesisyon namin to adopt the trending method for determining the valuation of Meralco's RAB. Ano ba po itong trending method? Dito po ay, kaya po ng nasabi ng ating butihing senador, yung pong assets ay titingnan natin depende sa kanyang klase. So may iba't ibang gagamiting factor upang value yung particular asset na yan. So consistent po doon sa nasabi ni Senator Marcoleta. So ito na po ang gagamitin natin for Meralco to comply with its directive in the Nasicor versus Meralco case that we adopt a different valuation methodology kaya po't niremand sa amin. At ito na nga po, ito ay na-adapt lang kamakailan lang at pa-issue pa lang yung aming resolution at kasama doon yung aming magiging liham ng pasasalamat po kay Senator Marcoleta doon sa kanyang partisipasyon po sa aming public consultation on this matter.
Pwedeng maging congressman ito, Mr. Chair. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Magaling mambola ba? Senator, thank you for that. Maraming salamat, Senator Marcoleta, for those interventions. May nakuha kaming secretary. Ay, sige, okay lang. Don't worry. Baka bumalik pa ho yan. Huwag kayong mag-relax. Right, thank you, Secretary. May nakuha kaming letter about additional funding support for the development in Mercedes, Camarines Norte, in Curimao, Ilocos Norte, and for offshore wind projects. It's a request for an amount of 4.6 billion. Can you explain itong project na ito and also the request?
Mr. Chair, this is for the development of the offshore wind. We're hoping to be offshore wind to be one of the flagship projects for this administration. And can I ask Yusek Bacordo to further explain? Go ahead.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Through the Philippine Ports Authority, the Philippine Ports Authority has committed to for three marshalling ports by 2027-2028 period. One of this is the port of Pambuhan, which is actually a greenfield port. This is going to be a 15-hectare port in Pambuhan, and close to Pambuhan there are about 8 offshore wind energy service contracts within 50 nautical miles of that future port of Pambuhan. With this port in place, Mr. Chair, that will be on track with our target to have the first kilowatt hour delivered by 2028 from offshore wind.
Is the assurance that this offshore wind, they have my service contract doon, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So the request is to build ports so
Yes,
that we can deploy the offshore wind projects. No? These are privately led developers.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And then, but how sure are we that these developers are going to invest? Because I remember during the budget hearing, we also asked PNOC about this. I think PNOC had a project before. Ganun din, offshore wind rin. In fact, we requested hold on, let me just look for my notes. Meron ng 88 million na nagastos, no, for that offshore wind. This is PNOC side, hindi naman connected to sa inyo. But I'm just saying na how, kasi naglalagay, based on your request, naglalagay ng pondo, magastos sa pondo, pero kagaya nito, hindi naman natuloy. No? But I'll ask that later on sa PNOC. So how sure are we that these projects will be realized? Kasi the amounts are not small. No? We're talking about 4 billion pesos in terms of infrastructure projects.
Mr. Chair, I have to clarify lang. These are ports that have potential because there are areas nearer to the current service contracts. Currently, however, we have under PPA, we're trying to develop the marinas, and there's a possible port also in Batangas under PPA also, and the others also would cater to a different set of developers. When we are scheduled to have an auction by next year, by this year, for offshore wind for 3,300 megawatts, 3.3 gigawatts. 3 per megawatt in offshore wind is about $5 million. You convert that, that runs in billions ang investment. The investment in the port is very minute compared to how much they're bringing in now. How are we assured that they will bring in those investments? With the auction, it's a condition that they have to have an agreement already, a use agreement with a certain port, so they can join the auction. Kaya kailangan kompleto na sila. May kontrata na sila sa port para maka-join sila sa auction. And so even now, they can already talk to the possible developers, or they can vice versa, kung pwede sila to work with them, because that will actually be a contract for at least mga 5 to 10 years ang isang developer lang, Mr. Chair.
The amount of the port might be small for them kasi malalaki investors to. Pero sa atin, 4 billion is 4 billion. No? It's quite a sizable amount. So ang gusto natin, certainty. No? And I know that this project is also important in terms of increasing our RE share. But kung maglalagay tayo ng ganito, kailangan may certainty na papasok itong mga investors na ito. Sa ngayon, meron silang service contract na hawak, di ba? But alam naman natin, the service contracts pwede ring hawakan na matagal. No? Kagaya kanina, nasabi ni Yusek Guevara, 105 yata na cancel. No? So in other words, the service contract is not an assurance that they will build unless meron na silang nasa committed stage na sila. May funders na sila, meron na silang kausap na mga EPC contractors, then pwede pa yon. Pero kung ganito lang, baka will invest 4 billion and then walang mangyari, uurong rin sila. No? So, it's a chicken or the egg, I know. But you have to give us some comfort level to see whether this is a worthwhile investment. No? And we support the offshore wind. In fact, I want the Philippines to be the first one in Southeast Asia to have offshore wind investments. Malaking bagay yan para sa atin. No? Kung kaya nga, first nuclear, first offshore wind, then that will be a feat and bragging rights for us, no? For our country. But we need to have certain level of comfort before we pump in 4 billion pesos for a port project. So what is that comfort? What is that? Anong level ang pwedeng ibigay ng developer at ng DOE so that the country will be investing in this 4.4 billion? And how come, the next question connected, bakit hindi ito isinali sa inyong request sa NEP?
Mr. Chair, on the NEP question, Yusek Kev can explain what are the requirements and what's the assurance that the ports will be used. But on the NEP, because it's not under DOE, Mr. Chair.
It's under PPA.
PPA or
Yeah,
DOTR.
but even
yes,
PPA
Mr.
did
Chair.
not request for this. Nag-hearing kami ng PPA. They came here, but I don't see in their NEP. No? Unless I missed it, pero wala akong nakitang 4 billion for a... Meron ako nakitang pera for a cruise line, but not for a solar port.
We'll
Not solar, offshore wind port. No?
Yes, we understand, Mr. Chair. We have had several conversations with PPA, and I guess it's also a matter of prioritization for them. And two ports actually medyo napasok nila. These are the extra ports that we do think that are necessary for a program.
Okay.
So inuna na nila yung dalawa tapos meron pang iba na
Okay.
iniwan
Okay.
sila. Yusek Guevara can continue.
Regarding the level of comfort, we have seen the developers for offshore wind invest in several things. So the studies, the feasibility studies, the geotechnical, the designs that they have come up with, they have already spent millions of dollars on this. So those that we think are the frontliners, there are 16 projects. They are far advanced in where they are, and we know that they have already spent a lot. And
Even without the port.
even without the port pa, sir. So kaya government naman will have to assure them that the investments that they already made ay matutuloy-tuloy nila na maging offshore wind project talaga. So one company, more than $5 million na yung nagastos niya eh. So we know that they are spending. And also, for them to join the auction that was mentioned by the Secretary, our requirements are very high. They should have had many of the permits already done and the designs already done. So that is the level of comfort for the investment that the government will be making for the offshore wind port. Mr. Chair.
So I suggestion ko, well, I think may usapan na kayo with DPA on the other ports. But on this particular case, ang suggestion ko is to have some form of financial close or movement from indicative to committed stage and supply us with those information. So at least we can justify investing 4 billion pesos into an offshore wind port na alam ko kailangan to kasi kung hindi nila malalaunch yung kanilang offshore wind, paano nila ila-launch yun. But we need some advanced stage document para ma-justify natin. On the topic of nuclear, nakita ko dito sa budget, meron tayong Nuclear Energy Program Coordinating Committee. It has a budget of about 45 million pesos. No? And so what's the exact status of our nuclear program? I heard the Secretary mentioned earlier na meron na tayong roadmap. No? But at what stage are we in terms of nuclear as of this point?
Mr. Chair, first off, on the increase in budget, there's NEPIAC and then there's the nuclear division. As of today, ang budget ng nuclear division namin, kinukuha lang yan sa bureau itself. So now we're trying to, that's why there was an increase also in the bureau kasi dapat meron sariling budget yung division na yan. Now, ang second is where are we at? We are preparing for, our target is by next year, a company can come to the Philippines and apply for a license.
Yun ang target natin.
Yun yung target namin
Okay.
by next year.
Alright.
So what does it mean? That licensing for siting, for example, no? What does it mean? We need to have the IRR of our regulator ready. Also the rules of, or the permitting or processes in DOE for a nuclear power plant. ECC has to be recalibrated para sa nuclear power plant ng DNR. There are also DND, Department of Finance. Many of the agencies are involved in this. So yun po yung preparation namin. Now we're now at the stage now we're assessing all the permitting processes in the different agencies para alam na nila kung ano yung kailangan nila hingin once there's an application. So having said that, we are trying to finish na rin lahat na capacity building now. To that end, we are talking now we have MOA now with CHED and TESDA for skills mapping. pag i-ladderize nyo din yung skills, ilan ba yung, we mapped it, how many operators do we need, how many construction, how many scientists do we need, so, and also on the part of the other agencies. So, medyo, it's the preparation stage for us to start now with the, hopefully with the pre-development na talaga, Mr.
But
Chair.
everything, Secretary, is contingent on PhilAtom.
Yes, Mr.
Diba?
Chair.
How fast can we set up PhilAtom?
Currently, Mr. Chair, they are doing the IRR for the PhilAtom law.
This is spearheaded by DOST?
This is the OST, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
alright.
Together with, of course, the
multi-
FDA,
yeah.
mga
Okay.
ganun. Ang PhilAtom, we have, on the part of NEPIAC, for PhilAtom, we have contracted a technical assistance in the evaluation of preparation of PhilAtom. And PhilAtom they're still lacking on the personnel, equipment, probably capital outlay for them to have their own office. Pero currently, there is also in the transitory, Mr. Chair, na pwede naman yun yung galing sa FDA or I'm not sure in DOST part for PNRI, ang people and the budget that can be transferred to that dapat pupunta sa PhilAtom. But as of now, I don't think it's sufficient enough for them to really be in full force. Kailangan talaga nila ng fresh budget to be operational.
Without PhilAtom, mahirap, walang pag-a-applyan ng license. No?
Yes.
So it's really, everything's contingent on,
Yes, Mr.
on
Chair.
PhilAtom. But during the budget deliberation of DOST, hindi naman nila, I don't recall DOST mentioning PhilAtom and its creation. No? So that's why I'm asking, because again, no, chicken or the egg, kung walang PhilAtom, walang pag-a-applyan ng license. No? But when during the budget deliberation of DOST, hindi naman nila, I don't recall DOST requesting for a separate item or a separate budget for PhilAtom.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure how they will handle but establishing PhilAtom. PhilAtom technically is under the Office of the President,
Yes.
and then you get all the offices of the different agencies. No? PNRI by itself is already a regulatory commission. You just have to extract that function and people as well para ma-establish yung commission. I think that might be a good start already for them, Mr. Chair. Hopefully it comes with a budget that's allocated to PNRI. But that's for the OST to determine, Mr. Chair.
Correct. Well, I'm just flagging the department because if the target, and I know in the PEP, meron na tayong, for the first time, may nuclear kasama na siya sa energy mix. No? So in other words, may timetable na sinusundan siya. So I'm just flagging the department on that matter. And also, another matter is, I saw lumabas yung Department Circular 2025-10-0019. And this is to ensure a ready market for available capacities for Pioneer NPP nuclear power plant. I know the intention for exempting nuclear power plant to CSP. No? Para meron na siyang assured market kasi ang laki. No, we're talking about ang pinakamaliit na nuclear power plant. $10 billion in terms of construction. In terms of construction,
Basically, $10 billion.
$10 billion siya more or less. Eh. So, sino namang maglalagay ng $10 billion nang walang merkado, walang market, no? Wala kang off-take. No? So, I know the intention, but I'm also concerned with our least cost principle. Diba? So, we don't have to discuss that in length ngayon, but I'm just putting that on the table to the department, and later on, we can have a longer discussion on that. Because anong interplay ngayon ng least cost versus nuclear power plant? No? And from a consumer point of view, lalo na sa ERC, how are we assuring our consumers na si nuclear power plant is laging least cost? No? So, you might want to have a quick response.
Quick lang, sir. That's why it's an interagency in the sense that kasama namin yung ERC, is to assess how do we set the tariff for nuclear. Buti na lang katabi ko si Nino. It needs a longer contract, Mr. Chair, not just a 20-year or 10 years. So the useful life in France, in fact, it's 70 years yung sa kanila. Some countries give 50. So that's a major consideration in determining what's the cost of nuclear for us. Otherwise, it will be expensive kung shorter siya, Mr. Chair.
Definitely because of the enormity of the investment cost, no? $10 billion. So that's about 50 billion pesos. Kailangan mo talaga 500 billion pesos. 500 billion? Ganun kalaki. So, imagine yung kanilang, kailangan talaga meron siyang assured market. No? Kasi kung hindi, saan niya dadalhin yung kanyang kuryente? No?
Just another thing, Mr. Chair. Why is there, the exemption from CSP is just for the first one, Mr. Chair. It's just to have the pioneer in the Philippines, and it won't cover the rest of the succeeding ones, Mr. Chair. It's an incentive or encouragement to build the first nuclear power plant in the Philippines.
Anong status na secretary ng EVOS natin? Is it fully operational na? And then also, ERC is part of that eh. No? So, kumusta ang implementation natin ng EVOS? Is it fully, everything is fully online already? But I get a lot of feedback. May man nakausap akong developers na okay, positive feedback actually. And they said talagang nakita nila yung efficiency. No? But in terms of achieving full integration of all departments to EVOS, kumusta na tayo dyan?
Before Undersecretary Kapungkol answers, Mr. Chair, EVOS, yes, it's one of the most the pride and joy of DOE, but it's still not there yet, Mr. Chair, to be as we envisioned. It needs more work on the side of the DOE and all the other agencies. But yes, it's has given us much headway in pushing for renewable. Mr. Chair, before Undersecretary Kapungkol explains, I just want to plug in a request, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
There's one issue really of because it's given 30 calendar days. Kompleto na siya, 30 calendar days. Dapat ilabasan namin yung decision, otherwise it's deemed approved. 30 calendar days converts to 30 minus 8, mga 22 days. Working days, Mr. Chair. Currently, we have about 26,000. We have processed 26,000, and we try to keep up naman with the number of people in REMB and the Bureau. But it's really not feasible for it's not healthy, let's say. Iba niyan, Mr. Chair, na manganganak na lang sa hospital, may perma pa rin. May nakunan na yun dyan. May mga stroke. It's not healthy for because of that. We've tried to cut it off the hours, for example, na dapat past 5 o'clock, but still the stress levels in the, you can see it in the records ng turnover, and we're hoping maybe it can be well, our wish is just merely put it in 30 working days, no? Yun lang yun. Kasi hindi kasi yan nag-iisa eh. It has to go technical, legal, and financial. Hindi naman pwede na sabay-sabay lang lahat. Kasi kailangan may order siya eh. But that's our concern. Major concern yun sa REMBI, sir. Kasi maybe before we were envisioning a few applications per day or per month, but now we're talking about thousands na eh. So it's not really... we'll make the proper request to you, Mr. Chair.
What's envisioned when we were drafting that together with all these stakeholders is really a full automated, almost no human intervention system, meaning the system, the paper will have from one office to the other via digital means, via electronic means. So yun yung vision. So that's why nung pina-formulate namin yun yung lumalabas ng 30 calendar days. But we're open to listen. So you can send us a justification kung hindi talaga feasible. But that is the vision, no? To get it done as quick as possible.
We totally understand, Mr. Chair. And in fact, by using AI na nandyan na, it could even be easier than first envision. But we still have to fix our systems. We have to make sure that it's purely digital. It's not manual digital.
Yes,
and we need another year for that, Mr. Chair. But during that year, our people in RMB and all the other agents, bureaus actually need a medyo konting break naman sa 30 calendar days. But anyway, how we'll communicate with it to you officially and properly, Mr. Chair. I give it to Undersecretary Capocol for the update on the agencies. Thank you.
Yeah. And then also, I saw in the budget, mayroong 30% budget increase to 59 million for EVOS. No? Yeah. So mayroon tayong budget para dito. No? But when na-realize na ba natin yung total vision natin na full electronic, full digital lang EVOS?
If I may, Mr.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Since July 24, when 2020, when we started the Energy Virtual One-Stop Shop, there are 19 processes, but today there are already 58 workflows from 40 department or national government agencies. No? So for the Department of Energy po, there are 5 units in the DOE that are integrated in the Energy Virtual One-Stop Shop. We have also the National Power Corporation, National Transmission Corporation, NEA po, and then we have the NCIP, Energy Regulatory Commission, and then the IMAP, the Independent Electricity Market Operator of the Philippines, the NGCP, yung DOLE, and DOJ. No? So we can provide the list of specific workloads that are currently integrated in the EVOS. And currently ongoing po is about 65 processes that would involve DAR, Department of Energy, again, another units, and then DNR, including the Laguna Lake Development Authority, additional workflows from the Energy Regulatory Commission, the NWRB, Market Operator, another workflows for the NGCP. So continuously, we're building up all the full integration for each of the agencies in the EVOS.
Dito sa report, 64 processes are not incorporated yet.
Yes po, in the work is 65 work processes.
So
continue.
So kalahati pa lang yung na-incorporate, in other words, more or less.
Sa ngayon po,
You said-
58, Mr. Chair,
58,
58 work laws, and then we're working on the 65 additional work laws.
Yes, so yung additional 65 will make it 100% fully digital, fully electronic.
Electronic, sir.
Fully electronic. So that's why nga, 50% pa lang yung ating na-achieve ngayon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Alright. Sige. Well, we support that. Yun na nga, no, marami akong mga ilan-ilan naman, hindi marami, ilan-ilan na positive feedback. Sabi nila na nakita nila yung difference in terms of speed and lessened red tape.
Mr. Chair, even for this this year or last year, no, ERC and NCIP also na-include na siya. So in some processes, but it made it easier for everyone also.
I'll jump to another topic, Secretary, and this is on NGCP. And NGCP's franchise will expire yeah, 2034. Yung concession agreement. And then last time merong statement on DOE, which I agree, no, na ihiwala yung system operation tsaka yung in transmission in asset ownership, no, and yung system operation should remain with government. In fact, nag-file ako ng bill, just double checking, na ihiwala yung system operation and yung asset, no, ownership. Is that still the direction of the DOE, considering that Maharlika already invested, I think about 20% of, if I'm not mistaken, 20% of indirect investment of NGC?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if that investment is signed and sealed yet.
Alam ko, sign and seal na yan eh.
That's the same question I have. But now
That's the first time I've heard about. Akala ko it's a done deal, no? Because in fact I support that, because that will give us eyes and ears, no, inside NGCP. And yun ang nawawala ngayon. Parang we're actually blind to the to a infrastructure that spans from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So okay.
Mr. Chair, on the question on separating the system operation and the transmission assets, we do support the concept, Mr. Chair, and in fact, in our projects or proposed projects in Palawan and Mindoro, that's the structure that we are trying to establish na si Transco yung SO. Tapos iba rin yung transmission assets. So at least we can have models already. But in our proposed EPIRA amendments also, if on the part of transmission, we also suggest the separation of the system operator from the transmission assets.
So that's still the policy or concept that we're pursuing.
Yes, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
at least we're consistent on that front. I'll go to ERC kay Chairman Nino. Actually, almost nasa dulo na kami ng budget hearings. We have 2 more days of budget hearings. And inupuan ko lahat ng mga agencies. Wala akong absent. Pero ngayon lang ako nakakita ng agency na hindi nag-request ng Tier 2. No? Tier 1 lang. No? So, ibig sabihin ko, ano yung request nyo, yung ibinigay. Diba? Any reason for that? Because traditionally, before you, Chair Nino, madalas namin tinutulungan ng ERC by adding extra amounts, especially to support the resets. Alam to ng mga commissioners. No? We would add a few hundred millions. Kasi ako personally, I believe
in order to uh, exact discipline and lower down electricity rates, we need to have a strong regulator. Deregulated tong environment natin. Isa lang ang pwede natin gawin para mapababa yung rates at siguraduhin na fair play is a strong regulator. So that's why we always augment the budget of ERC. But this time around, hindi kayo nag-request ng tier 2. No? So any particular reason? And I heard earlier kay Senator Marcoleta, marami ring mga resets na papasok I think next year. No? So
Yes, Mr. Chair, insofar as the plan, because when I assumed office, there was already the proposed NEPs for ERC. I just had to look at the details of what is being proposed and looking at the utilization also, which was comparatively very low.
That's true also. Actually, that's another consider the utilization is very low.
It would be contradictory for me to be asking for additional budget for certain expenditures when in fact those that were provided us we could not even make use of. But so far as this year, for the remainder of the year, and to be able to realize our plan, our target to be able to finally restart the reset process by January, we will already be utilizing what is left of our budget for 2025 to be able to procure the regulatory reset expert, the consultant that will assist us in the review of the rate filings of the Group A entrance to the PBR for this coming January 2026. So that is our plan for the rate reset, Mr. Chair.
Kasama na siya sa budget for 2026 sa Tier 1 niyo.
For 2025, Mr. Chair, yes, that will be utilized, and then that consultant will be providing service until the reset starting 26.
26. Okay. All right. So with that amount, may mga items lang ako nakita sa budget, Chairman. Nakita ko na there's a decrease in the budget of local travel, but an increase in foreign travel. Diba mas kailangan natin ang local travel kasi nag-i-inspect kayo ng mga planta, nag-inspect kayo ng mga DUs. How come there's a decrease in the budget in local travel and increase in foreign?
Based on the submissions of the different services of ERC in terms of their budgetary requirement for local travels, to include, of course, the hearings in the localities and also the conduct of IEC and other activities in the various parts of the country, they felt that the current budget and that as proposed would already be sufficient. But insofar as foreign travels, considering the developments in the industry that need to be kept abreast of developments in technologies like for storage and now nuclear, we would need to capacitate our staff and send them to other countries for foreign travel so they can be exposed to these developments.
Deliberate yan. Deliberate na tinaasan yung foreign travel because of this. And I just want to inquire, no, kasi it's in the budget, so I just want to understand. And I admit, kagaya ngayon, nuclear, you will regulate nuclear rates. Admittedly, that's completely alien to all of us, no? I think walang tao sa Pilipinas siguro exposed sa nuclear rate setting. Ibang-iba talaga siya. So, kung yun naman ang intention, then I support that, no? Kasi especially technical know-how is very important to the regulator. Very technical yan, no?
Yes, and how they regulate it in other jurisdictions where there are also markets or competitive electricity sectors.
Sige. And then I talked to Secretary Garin earlier, and she made a very good point about
Grid management.
The grid management committee, no? And I remember your predecessor or two predecessors collapsed that under the ERC. No? And the DOE, our policymaker, views that this is an important facet of regulation. No? So, and there's no budget for that. No? So, ano ba ang policy ng chairman ngayon on that grid management committee? And I know that's a very technical group. Talagang it's a multi-sectoral, different, all the players are there, and very technical siya. All the experts are there, all the engineers are there. But in the past, I think there was this notion that it's not supposed to be funded by government. That's why it was collapsed. So what's the new policy under the new chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we mentioned in the Committee on Energy during the hearing on the ERC restructuring bill, we actually support the reconstitution of the GMC-DMC either as a as an inherent part of the ERC organization or as an attached organization that supports or serves as ERC's technical arm. GMC and DMC were created pursuant to the Philippine Grid and Philippine Grid Code and Philippine Distribution Code, which were issuances of the ERC. They were funded not by government but by contributions from sectors that they represent. For the Philippine Grid Code, it is funded out of assessment from NGCP, and for Philippine Distribution Code, it is funded out of assessments from the various distribution utilities. However, a previous chairperson found this arrangement to be not in order, so it decided not to act on the budgets of DMC and GMC anymore, because ERC was the one approving it, but the assessment is made to the stakeholders. So naturally, these organizations died a natural death. What the GMC and DMC were doing at the time that they were very active was supporting the ERC in terms of their technical know-how, knowledge, and their expertise that they are able to make use of whenever we refer actual work to them, like a review of the distribution utilities submissions of their compliance plans to the Philippine Grid Code or Philippine Distribution Codes. So they are able to have in the evaluation and in the recommendation to ERC. They are also very helpful in introducing amendments to the Philippine Grid Code and the Philippine Distribution Code, because that is very important, because there is need to constantly update our grid and distribution codes. But when the DMC and the GMC were discontinued, so we found a vacuum in our organization. We do not have any more a technical arm we can rely on. So we are doing it by ourselves. We asked for additional budget for additional manpower, additional engineers, but with the additional budget that was approved in previous years, with additional plantilla positions that were approved for ERC, what we are able to hire only are the R1, Engineer 1, or those entry-level staff, fresh grads from university, and they don't have that experience that we had when we had the GMC and DMC, because their boards alone were from representatives of various distribution utilities, mid or high level officials with years of experience in utility operations. So we are not able to experience that with our expanded plantilla. So in our restructuring proposal that we are putting together, we're thinking either of having a technical arm embedded already in the ERC organization, or similar to GMC or DMC, as a separate non-stock, non-profit organization where we can have an agreement where they can provide technical support to ERC. Right now, the previous chair actually they issued a resolution to have an interim GMC, and the interim GMC was designated, the technical committee of the PEMC was designated as the interim GMC. But I don't know about what happened to that designation. I think it has not yet been fully utilized, because that is also an option. The GMC there is attached to the PEMC, there's attached to the PEM board a committee known as the technical committee, and there are also representatives here from the industry that can have or possess that experience and expertise that can also be utilized by the ERC. But we need to just explore the possibility of collaborating with them, or coming up with some arrangement. But of course, it would be superior if that committee can reside within ERC, and so for that, we may need to support the creation of that committee through a reorganization of ERC and budgetary support for this committee to be embedded in our organization.
Chairman, ang issue rin is, number one, saan manggagaling yung funding? And then pangalawa, possible conflict of interest. No? And pangatlo is transparency. No? So as long as it serves the objective of public service, then we'll support that. No? I think those were the contentious issues before. But admittedly, it's ako nakikita ko importante yung technical side. No? And the code needs to be updated on a regular basis. Yun ang complication in that part. No? So just if you think that we need to, I think the policymaker thinks that it's an important aspect that we need to look at, just send us a letter. No? Just address the contentious issues of possible conflict of interest, funding, and also transparency. Sige, yeah, we'll wait for that. I also saw in your plantilla, Chairman, na out of the 546 total manpower, 253 are contract of service or job orders, which is almost 50%. No? Napakalaki siya, no? Considering that this is a highly technical and very important organization because it regulates the entire electric power industry. So, bakit hindi natin maging plantilla sila o regular? Bakit puro kalahati ng manpower natin GO? So wala silang secure tenure, no? Wala silang benefits. And yun ang kailangan natin, no? Assurance that to our workforce na they will be maintained and they will be given the rightful benefits.
Yes, we agree, Mr. Chair. In fact, yun yung gusto din namin na makasama in our reorg proposal, na yung aming mga current na positions for contractual COS, kung pwede ma-regularize, because malaki din yung limitation sa aming staff na yan. Hindi namin sila maisama sa ibang biyahe or yung hindi mautusan makapag-conduct ng certain activities dahil doon sa status nila as COS. And of course, dahil ganun yung status nila, mas marami sa kanila kung hindi nabibigyan ng security, ay mas madali silang nakukuha ng ibang players.
Sure, mataas ang attrition sa inyo. No?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Bakit hindi sila natatransfer nga to plantilla items?
Most of them,
meron naman kayong just authorized naman yung inyong may mga authorized plantilla items naman kayo.
Yung ibang plantilla items din kasi may mga QS sila o yung qualification standard na sobrang napakatataas na hindi rin maka-qualify yung iba naming mga COS na dapat na sana at na-train na, kaya hindi rin namin ma-fill up yung ibang mga permanent positions. But we have a pending request with the civil service for the adjustment of the QS for some of these positions po.
Ito may 103 na vacant positions kayo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So it's really a QS issue.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So I suggest you network with the CSC para maayos itong issue na ito. Kasi parang for a regulator, hindi healthy na kalahati ng workforce natin. Hindi siya permanent. O hindi siya wala siyang security of tenure. And these are technical people, no? Engineers, economists, lawyers. So and again, ako kasi paniniwala ko, ang pag-asa na lang natin mapababa ang kuryente is regulator. Kung may ang regulator, kung ang regulator innovative, tapos yung mga technical people magagaling, kayang pababain ng presyo ng kuryente. But it depends on the quality of our workforce and the motivation of our workforce. Yeah. I'll go to another topic na pag-usapan to before. I think some of the commissioners know about this, and I made some comments on this. This is on the case ng NGCP reset. I understand that yung final decision nagkaroon pa ng utang ng consumers na 0.0384 pesos per kilowatt hour. And prior to that, kasi what we understand before was yung partial determination, sila may utang sa atin, yung draft final determination, sila may utang sa atin. Pero ang nangyari, I think there was a big debate. Alam naman commissioners to. And I think this was heavily debated in your commission. And I voiced my opinion on this. Was the issue of uncommissioned projects or projects that are not commissioned yet. So ang position ko, to put it simply, I know this is a very technical, this is a very complicated matter. But sa akin is just to put it simply and make it kumbaga apply common sense. Kung di pa tapos yung project, ba't tayo i-charge? Kahit na nag-umpisa na sila magbigay ng piso, pero hindi pa tumatakbo yung project, dapat huwag tayo i-charge. Kasi yung classic case na ginigisa tayo sa sarili nating mantika. Para sa akin, i-charge mo kami kung tumatakbo na yung project, kung gumagana na yung project. I understand that the Commission changed the interpretation 3 times. Ngayon ang ginagamit na is yung concept of as spent. Pag may nagastos na, pwede na kayo mag-charge. But sa akin, hindi yun ang point. Ang point dito, tapusin mo yung proyekto. Kaya nga tayo nagkaroon ng issue last time, Secretary of Delayed Projects, di ba? Ilang delayed projects, napakadaming delayed projects. Kaya nga, no less than the President in his SONA said na dapat managot ang NGCP. No? Dapat maging accountable sila because ang nakita niya, yung list of delayed projects that contributed to the erosion of our energy security, no? Particularly electricity. No? So, bakit nag-change ang commission interpretation at pinayagan yung as spent rather than pag-commission na yung project?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I was not privy to the discussions of the previous commission, but insofar as the regulatory framework for our private distribution utilities and the transmission provider, NGCP, when we adopted the performance-based regulation, kasama dyan yung sa NGCP, inadapt natin yung performance-based regulation na forward-looking based on forecast ng utility. So, ibig sabihin, ang kanilang filing ginagawa sa year 1 or the year before the first regulatory year of that regulatory period. Pino-forecast nila yung kanilang magiging expenditures of OPEX at saka yung CAPEX at sinasabit nila sa ERC. Yung ERC titingnan ngayon at base doon sa kanyang sinabit na capex, titingnan ng ERC kung ito ba ay tama nga na simula na or gawin na yung mga proyekto ito dito sa mga timelines na provide mo. Ngayon, kung yun na ang naging approval ng ERC, ang gagawin naman susunod is ano ang magagastos mo na for each regulatory year of that ensuing regulatory period. So base yan doon sa forecast capex mo at
yung actual na implementation mo. At kung ano yung magagastos mo for each of these years, yan ay sinasama na as part of your asset base.
sa pag-compute naman ng yung return on asset base at saka yung return off. So ibig sabihin, kung sa regular na PBR na nagsisimula siya sa rate reset before the start of the first year of the regulatory period, nagkakaroon na ng konsiderasyon yung mga nagastos na within that regulatory period. At bakit ito nakakasama? Dahil nga gusto natin bigyan ng insentibo na yung regulated entity ay magsagawa ng kanyang capex on time base doon sa isinumite niyang
schedule nang sa ganon pumapasok yung capex na tatapos siya on time at during the time na mayroon na siyang pangangailangan sa asset na ito ay magagamit na. So nandito na kasi ipinasok mo na, inilagak mo na. Iba kasi po yung ating regulatory framework noon ng return on rate base na kung saan itatayo mo muna at pagkatapos ay doon ka ngayon mag-a-apply ng iyong RORB application batay doon sa kung ano na yung mga assets mo as of that historical test year. Pagdating po kasi sa ganon, pwede ka bago ka mag-file ng iyong RORB application, ay magsagawa ka na ng magsagawa. Kumbaga, patabain mo ng patabain yung asset base mo. Dahil pagpa-file mo, kung makonsidera lahat yan as part of your asset base, mas malaki ang magiging return on rate base mo. Wala yung insentibo doon na maging efficient ka sa pagsasagawa ng iyong capex at doon sa iyong OPEX. Yun po kasi yung nabago doon sa ating rate making. Ngayon, pagdating sa reset ng NGCP at ganoon din po doon sa mga distribution utility, nagkulang din po ang ERC. Dahil hindi siya nakapagsagawa ng reset bago pa magsimula ang regulatory period, nawawala yung rate incentive, yung natural incentive ng rate making. Dahil nga, ano ba ang i-implement ako kung ako yung regulated entity? Makapagsisimula na ba ako sa capex ko na ito yung ating target? Ang nangyari tuloy, yung NGCP in particular, kailangan niya mag-file ng separate na capex application, separate, bawat proyekto na kinakailangan na niyang isagawa. At hindi pa rin niya maisagawa ito. Kung nakapag-file na siya, hinihintay pa rin niya yung capex approval. At medyo naantala din, kaya rin hindi rin nakapagsisimula siya ng construction ng kanyang capex. So naantala yun, naantala din yung, nawala din yung insentibo. Kaya I would suppose that yun ang naging konsiderasyon nung naunang ERC in considering para inimit mo pa rin yung incentives under the PBR. Ginawa mo na kung kailan mo ginastosan yung proyekto na yan, ginastos mo na eh. Ginastos mo na yung pera, yung capital investment, inilagay mo na kahit hindi pa nagagamit yung asset. Meron ka na inilabas na pera at may cost din yun. So, I would suppose na yun din po.
But, Chairman, in a perfect setting yung description, no? Okay, lahat ng rate setting is delayed eh. Di ba? Wala namang on time. Di ba? Kailan ba naging on time? I think in the history ng years, meron bang on time? Parang wala naman on time eh. No?
The last 10 years or so po, wala pong naging reset sa private distribution.
Correct. So that's yung description nyo. It's a perfect world, but now it's not a perfect world. Eh. No? So sa akin, ang basic lang, kasi there's no incentive for them to finish the projects. Kasi nangungulekta na sila. And that's the reason why we saw a lot of delayed projects that led to a lot of brownouts at problema tayo
sa mga brownouts in the past. So to correct that, dapat na-penalize sila by not charging us for projects that are not completed. Kasi nangyayari ngayon, kahit na matapos ko on time, hindi ko matapos on time, pwede na ako mag-charge eh. Pwede na ako mag-charge. For me, that is one of the root causes. Maybe you're looking at a regulatory process side, but from a reality and application side, yun ang nangyayari ngayon. So that's why, dito mga commissioners, alam ko yung naging boto nyo. Pero, if unfair yan sa amin consumers, ako, consumer ako. No? And I don't agree paying for projects that are not commissioned. No? That's number one. Kasi, diba, for practical reasons, sino naman magbabayad ng full ng amounts na hindi pa tumatakbo yung project? Diba? Yung, from a regulatory process, tama kayo, pero hindi perfect itong process natin po. Delay. Diba? Delay na yung reset, delay pa rin yung paggawa. Mabuti ko on time pa si NGCP, okay yun. Mabuti kung sinabi niya, okay, 2 years tapos sa kami, okay yun. Hindi, nakita natin, may 10 years hindi pa tapos. Diba? So, yung pera, alam naman natin anong ginagawa nila eh. Gagamitin nila yung collection dito, lalagay dito, tatapusin doon, bago tapusin dito. Yung negosyante yung mga yan, they're conserving their capital. Diba? So, we have to be also very analytical on how they are managing their cash. At yun ay nakikita natin. They're just switching from one project to the other project. Yun ay nakikita rin namin eh. Kaya hindi nila talaga matatapos.
Mr. Chair, meron po mga mekanismo din para mahuli yan. Kasi under the normal PBR, every time na magre-reset ka, babalikan mo din kung ano yung ginawa niya. Kung halimbawa, dun sa previous na regulatory period, nagkaroon ng CAPEX approvals at ganito yung schedule. Kapag ka nagkaroon ng delays or hindi na isagawa, pagdating sa susunod na reset, nagkakaroon po ng recalculation, yung mga net efficiency adjustments. Lahat po nito nakukonsidera para kung ikaw nga talaga ay hindi mo tinupad yung schedule ng pagpapatayo mo nung asset na yon o yung pasilidad na yon, pwede yan na bawiin or bawasan yung susunod mong magiging taripa moving forward. At yun lang.
Bawasan ba? With this?
Ngayon, hindi.
Bawasan ba after?
Kasi po ito, kalalabas lang po ng ERC nung fourth reg final debt niya. Ngayon po ay meron pa nakabinbin na fifth reg until 2027, 2028. Pero magkakaroon pa po tayo ng susunod at amin pong gagawin na ngayon na kada reset ay nasa oras na. Kasi po na gagawin namin sa mga DUs.
I remember si Secretary pa that time nag-present dito ng mga delays. Diba? I remember siya nag-delay kasi nga ang issue that time was yung mga brownouts na nangyari. Si Secretary Garin pa nag-present dito. Yung mga present niya na delays, different. Tanda ko may mga 5 years, may 7 years. Yung ba na penalize ang NGCP? In fact, hindi na. Reward pa nga sila dahil nagkautang pa yung consumers. That's the point I'm trying to make. Were they penalized? Yung mga delays na may evidence ng delay eh, that's for sure. Anong penalty ang siningil natin sa NGCP?
Meron daw po na ilang mga show cause orders na
na-issue. Show cause yun, yung actual financial penalty.
Check po.
Walang actual financial. Kaya nga, imagine mo, Chairman, si Presidente na nagsabi sa SONA, no, first time na ang Pangulo kinall out yung transmission operator because of the delays. But if you will not penalize them, instead reward them because as spent, sige, mastos ka na, piso, charge mo na lang yung consumer. Hindi tamang, for me, hindi practical, tsaka hindi reality on the ground. Again, that might be your regulatory process, your regulatory concept, but the reality is on the ground, hindi ganyan. Nagkakaroon ng delays, and because of delays, nagkakaroon ng brownout. No? Yan ang realities on the ground. Iba yung textbook regulatory process, iba yung realities on the ground. Yan, katabi mo si Secretary Gary. Siya nag-present dito, I remember nagkaroon ng resolution to look at the brownouts. So meron ba tanong si
No, meron bang penalty? Alam ko wala.
Mr. Chair, can we request Comdigal, who was already a commissioner?
Yes, meron ba? I know you voted in favor of that.
Yes, Chair. And
But may penalty ba? Did we impose any penalty to NGCP for this?
there were specific projects po that were covered by specific show cause orders wherein there were imposed penalties. Hindi lang po ako sure ng status. But Chair, if I may, because of that hearing nga po, wherein the issue on the delay was raised, there was a new provision in the final determination of the NGCP Point RP that is not part of any other previous receipt. To address po the issue on the delay, there is now a annual capex review through up. What do I mean by that po? Although naka-MR po yung NGCP na FD, pero nandun na po to dun sa FD. Ang sinabi po namin doon, itong RAB na binigay namin sa iyo, may kasamang capex na meron kang kinumit na timeline. But at the end of the year, pag ni-review namin na meron kang hindi nasunod dun sa timeline mo, that amount pertaining to that asset will be removed and there will be adjustment. Yun po ang naging parang bagong provision dun sa final determination ng NGCP para po ma-address natin yun nga pong nasa kanila na po yung parang naging budget tapos hindi po na sunod yung delay. So tatanggalin po yun. There will be a true up po.
That's forward. Paano na na-delay na? Paano na na-delay? Yun ang tanong ko. Yun ang tanong ko. May mga delays na, may mga brownouts nangyari due to delays.
Yun pong mga delay, ano na po siya, na-covered po siya ng specific project na na-delay because all the decisions of the Commission in approving the CAPEX, meron na po siyang timeline na kinumit or in-approve. Minsan nga po yung sinasabi nilang timeline, hindi po namin yun ang ina-approve. We approve a timeline in accordance dun sa isinasubmit nilang TPSR o kaya yung number of months na kinumit nila nung sila po yung nag-file ng application. Meron po mga specific cases yan na nakalagay na po yun para pag po na-delay sila doon or may delay silang na-incur, there will be penalties po.
Tanong ko, yung mga investigation ng DOE na na-prove nila may delays, na-penalize ba ang NGCP doon? Yun ang tanong ko, simple lang. Meron ba o wala?
Ang alam ko po may na-issue mga show cause orders po. Hindi pa, wala lang ang data ngayon.
Slap in the hand lang yun.
We will submit na lang po siguro kung meron na pong nabayaran or meron na pong na-evaluate na may penalty. Wala lang po sa akin ngayon.
Sila Alvin, bakit i-check nila kung meron?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I think there was once for 5 million pesos. Yun lang yung maximum naman talaga na pwede na i-box.
But 5 million?
Very small.
But 5 million is compared to GCP, wala yan. Naglolokohan lang tayo pag ganyan.
It's not because of ERC, it's because of the rules. That's
my point of the matter, Chairman, is let's be fair to the consumers. I know what you're saying. Naintindihan ko yung inyong regulatory process, naintindihan ko yung regulatory concepts, but the reality is on the ground. Nagkaka-brown out because of delays. At hindi natin pwedeng i-baby ang NGCP. No? We need to be tough. Kasi kung gusto nating disiplina, kailangan i-regulator mahigpit. Kasi kung sasabihin na sige, gastos kayo, pwede naman charge sa consumers. Bahala na kung 20 years yung mapa-ilaw yan o ma-activate yan. Lugi naman si consumer. Diba? Nangongolekta ka na, konti mo ginagawa, in-collecta mo, gawin mo muna isa dito, gawin mo muna isa dito. Diba? Hindi naman tama yun. Diba? You have to be fair to the consumers. I voiced this up, alam niyo, nung last budget, sabi ko, hindi pwedeng ganyan. Yeah, but then, hindi naman nangyari yun. No? So, ngayon, nandito yung mga consumers, nandito yung mga commissioners. Let's be fair. No? Reconsider that concept ng aspect. I don't agree with that. That's unfair to us, the consumers. No? And ngayon, may bago ng chairman.
you reconsider nyo yan kasi hindi maganda yan eh. It's not an incentive for NGCP to do its job. In fact, we're rewarding bad practices by the transmission operator. Do you want to say I'll move on to but if you want to have a rejoinder, I'll move on to another topic nilang. So, yun lang ang gusto ko Chairman, kasi nagulat lang ako na una natuwa ako sila may utang sa amin. After nung final kami pa nagkaroon ng utang sa kanila, hindi naman, tapos sila pa na-delay. Diba? Isipin nyo yung narrative. Sila yung na-delay, nagka-brown out, pero kami pa nagkautang. Look at the narrative. Diba? That's the narrative na lumalabas. No? So, and we are trusting our commissioners, ERC, na protektahan kami. No? Kasi that's part of your mandate to protect the consumers. No? But the narrative in there, kay ikaw pa na-delay, ginamit mo pa yung pera namin sa ibang project, tapos kami pa magdadagdag ng presyo. No? That's not hindi tama yon. I find that unfair. No? So, but let's leave it at that. I-review na lang ng commissioners. Andito naman lahat ng mga commissioners and we have a new head. So, I trust that the new head, kilala ko naman si Chairman Nino, I trust that he will protect the consumers and put the consumer interests at the forefront. I'll go to I'll go to NPC kay Pres Nograles. And I Pres Nograles, I am quite ko lang yung notes ko. I hear. I saw in your budget, meron kayong clean and affordable electricity program, which is 540 million, 546 to be exact. And power and system reliability and resilience for 441, then access to electricity 572. And I'm very happy to see that meron ng clean and affordable electricity program, no? Ang NPC to a tune of 546. Can you explain this program? I'm very happy to see that meron ng ganito ang NPC. Considering that NPC, 90% of your generation comes from diesel. Tama ba? If you exclude the hydroelectric plants that we excluding hydro. Doon sa spag areas.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Almost 99%. Meron yatang a few hybrid systems, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
But what is this program, yung clean and affordable electricity?
Basically, Mr. Chair, these are our solar with battery storage.
Okay.
So we've got different programs that are in the pipeline, and these are the ones that are being requested from Congress.
And this is going to be the first time?
No, it's a continuing project, Mr. Chair.
Continuing project.
So this is I have to give credit where it's due. It's not under me. But what I'm trying to do is I'm reviewing if the technical specs here are correct and if it's fully implementable. It's one of the things that nakita ko kasi, Mr. Chair, when I started, that it has to be technologically feasible. Kasi minsan yung mga design medyo may pagkukulang, may napapansin ako. So I'm getting my hands dirty on this one.
So in other words, itong clean and affordable electricity will be mainly solar technology.
Hybrids, Mr. Chair. So the idea is you've got solar and then merong battery and then ikakabit po natin dun sa ating mga aging na diesel
cells to help augment that. And then I'm also going to try to, I'm challenging my teams now to design the same system or try to avoid having the diesel component and putting it into microgrids in unserved. Kasi nakita ko po yung mga unserved, may mga tools kasi kami nakita na may mga isla na ang joke ko nga, Mr. Chair, if I may, powered by Shopee. Kasi bumibili na lang sila ng Shopee pero wala po silang hindi pa nare-reach ng Napocor. So yung sa mga yan, currently meron tayong solar home systems and we're trying to deploy it to the furthest talaga. But I also want to improve on that. So we have an upcoming 3-day strat plan. Binibigyan ko na po sila lahat ng homework in that direction po. So we're excited.
Itong solar is battery and solar and diesel combination.
So yung diesel po, hindi po tayo bibili ng diesel. Existing diesel kasi didikit po natin yun. I think ang report sa akin ng teams, the highest, the biggest challenge is the controller. So this is the non-human intervention kung kailan sisipa yung diesel kasi from the battery or direct ng solar. So doon daw nagkakaroon ng technological challenge yun dun sa controller. So like I mentioned earlier, personal po ako bumababa at pumupunta dun sa mga young engineers at challenge ko. So sabi ko, alika, punta tayo sa mga existing and working projects because these guys, they're open to teach us and we should be willing to learn. So yun po yung tinutumbok ko po.
And then I saw here meron na tayong 27 existing areas na hybrid. Tama ba, Press?
Let me verify.
Ang target next year is 3 new areas.
I know more than 3 new areas.
More ba? How many ang target?
Kasi like right now, dito sa kodigo ko, Mr. Chair, merong Naro, Gilutongan, Osmeña, San Pascual, Cabra, Tingloy. Ang dami mga lugar na hindi ko pa po napuntahan. Mahaba po to.
So how many new areas ito? And I support this. In fact, nung nabubuhay pa si Pio Benavides, yung predecessor mo before, we were already flagging him about the rising cost of UCME. Kasi UCME galing yan ng diesel eh. No, so tayo lahat nagbabayad niyan sa on the areas. So I think he started a conversation of hybrids. No? So nag-umpisa doon. But right now, how many hybrid areas ang meron tayo?
Ito yung binilang ko po dito sa 1.5 billion natin na hinihingi. Yung 546 million po na hinihingi specifically for renewable energies, 30 areas.
30
existing
30 existing areas.
No, ito po yung sa 546.
Yung target.
Yung ating nag-usap na if-fund for 2026, we are looking at yung 540 30 areas. Yung sa existing, 8 lang po and with ongoing 7 na mangyayari.
Wala eh. Meron palang 8. Ito naman, Sharon.
Yung isang example,
but kidding aside, matagal na nakita ko. Kasi madalas namin pag-usapan ito during budget hearings eh, na palakihin yung hybrid. Ang problema kasi, I'll show you yung UCM. May ba tayong slide? Ang UCM 8 natin ngayon is okay, flash. Yan, almost 14 billion ang UCME natin because of this is primarily because of diesel prices. Diba? Ang diesel naman bumababa pataas. No, so pagpataas ang diesel prices, tataas rin yung UCME natin. So ngayon ang if you compute yung difference ng yung approved subsidy rate, 7 pesos, 7.4 pesos. Ang true cost ngayon is 26. So ang difference is 18 pesos. So ganong kalaki ang subsidy per kilowatt hour. Yun ang ganong kalaki ang binabayaran ng consumers outside of the missionary area. So the strategy is to lower down the use of diesel, and the only way to do that is to hybridize. No?
Tama po yan, Mr. Chair. In fact, that's why we're prioritizing the hybridization, because the way that we estimate it, it's going to be 12 or below per kilowatt hour. So that, yun po yung challenge na binigay po sa atin. Napalaking challenge. Sige lang po.
Okay. Well, ano ka naman, kilala kita as innovative. So and very aggressive. So hopefully we get meaningful impact with the hybrid projects, hybridization projects, kasi that's the only way na bababa yung consumption natin. This is related to diesel consumption. Kaya yan ang only way natin. Yes?
Just to add, we're also talking already with NPC on giving them more microgrid areas. And use the microgrid concept in some of the islands, Mr. Chair.
That's my question. Meron ba tayong plans for microgrid areas this coming 2026? Ang concept natin dito naman is to invite the private sector to invest in microgrids. Sila na bahala, no? Including distribution. No? Sila na bahala. But regulated, of course, by ERC. No? But sila na bahala doon sa generation and distribution, but microgrid lang, maliit na areas. No? NPC is the one who will bid that out. DOE ba? DOE. Sorry, DOE pala. Sorry.
Meron po tayong existing microgrids and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 existing microgrids also. We plan on expanding. Yeah, we're working on it, Mr. Chair. Our expansion.
That's for 2026 identified areas na yan. Meron na ba tayo, Mr. Gev, na mic operating MGSB? Wala pa, no? Wala pa. UTP, pati MGSB? Wala pa. Can you use the mic?
We awarded it December 2023.
Okay.
They have 18 months to build it.
Okay, but they're already mobilizing.
They're mobilizing.
So how many areas?
8 lots.
8 lots. Okay,
Yes,
okay. Okay.
That's for 2026, Mr. Chair. That's Daan Bantayan, Cebu, Madaling Cebu, Burdeos, Quezon, Panukulan, Quezon, Dumaran, Palawan, dalawang areas sa Dumaran, Palawan, Coron, and Busuanga.
This is for microgrids?
Yes, for 2026.
For 2026, okay. So hopefully nitong 2026, yung microgrid plus your hybridization, magiging ano na ito, magiging may impact na ito sa pagbaba ng USME. The goal is to bring down USME. Taas na ngayon eh. 14 billion ang linalabas na ngayon ng consumers. That's a way to lower down electricity rates because it's being charged to all of us.
Mr. Chair, just to give support to what you mentioned, meron po tayong hybrid dun sa Kwaming where we save 1.1 million pesos worth of diesel a year. So it also helps in decreasing our carbon footprint.
But right now, you said you have 8 areas na may hybrid na. We have 8 areas operating. Ongoing. Operating.
Sorry, I stand corrected.
Okay, ongoing. I was going to ask magkano na nasi-save natin. So, sige, ongoing. Alright. But yun lang ang aking Press Jericho to pursue the hybridization project. And I see that you have budget here. But that's the only way, again, no? But if you want to lower down electricity costs, one way is to lower down the USME. Yeah. Magkano na USME ngayon? How much is the... So that's 19 centavos rin. And growing yan, lumala. kaya na 19 centavos is growing yan? Kasi lumalaki yung charges eh. Yeah. Yeah. Aside from yung Sikihor and Siargao, meron pa bang areas tayo na problematic because of the NPPs? Meron bang ano? Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, this is a multi-agency and everybody wants to
answer.
I know, but I just want to point who does what, no? Actually, on the part of the DOE, we have a task force for the islands, in which Mario has several islands targeted this year, next year. That's together with the rest of the agencies. They visit these islands, mag-evaluate ano yung sitwasyon and what are the proposals. And sila NANI also has their own set of cooperatives, let's say, not just specifically islands. For example, Basilan is one of their major, or Zamboanga, which is not an island but also a problem. But they have certain areas also. But between the two, DOE and NEA always involved with or also because sila yung power producer. So, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, maybe Mario you can answer and then Nani can follow through. Huh?
Yeah, I just want to know, meron pa tayong mga problematic spag areas, particularly NPPs. Pag NPC naman, di naman nagiging problematic eh, kasi may generators sila. But yung NPPs, kagaya ng nangyari sa Sikihor or sa Siargao. Siargao ba is an NPP?
No, it's on the grid.
On grid siya. Kasi yung cable lang.
Yung cable lang ang problema kasi.
Yeah. Maybe Sikihor, mga ganyan. Meron pa ba tayong ganyan areas?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have several islands that we are continuously monitoring, and in fact, on Monday we're scheduled to visit Catanduanes. So that is included for the year. But aside from that, so we have to revisit several off-grid areas that covers not Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So may mga program po kami, like Northern Palawan, we're looking at Busuanga, Coron, and adjoining islands. We are also looking at the interconnection of Camiguin Islands. Masbate, but Masbate is under rehabilitation at this time, so we still have to wait. We are recognizing that the rehabilitation will improve the system already in Masbate. Comotes is already under our monitoring. We have already visited that. But we have Cagayan Islands in Cagayan, and several others. Marami po, sir. But for this year, we are confined with first Sikihor, Camotes, then we have remaining Catanduanes and Camiguin for this year.
These Camiguin and Catanduanes are NPPs.
Catanduanes is NPP provided with sole provider, but Camiguin is grid connected. However, its connection is currently not working properly, resulting to under voltage.
Okay. So ano siya? Hindi siya problema ng power producer. It's a cable problem.
Yes po.
Yung sa Masbate, alam ko, galing ako doon eh.
Masbate.
Problema talaga.
Yes, but Masbate was totally damaged by typhoon.
But even the typhoon.
But even for that, it's problem. Actually po, target na dyan namin siya for this year. Kaya lang nga, parang naunahan tayo ng bagyo. So the the restoration of Masbate should put in place yung necessary correction that could have been implemented kung wala yung nangyari damages. So, parang naunahan na tayo ng rehabilitation to improve.
So ang may interconnection ba sa Masbate? Wala. Diba?
Wala pa po.
So you really need to change the generators.
Yes. But you see, Masbate has a good power supply, but we have problems on the system, the overall system. Kasi maraming lateral lines instead of looping system of transmitting power from one area to the other. In fact, Masbate has a thermal power facilities using coal as base load. Kaya lang yung mga peripheral off-site satellite gensets nila are diesel. So, but yun nga sir, yung Mr. Chair, yung rehabilitation effort should already improve the system.
Okay, so but that's beyond ito, lahat to beyond budget na ito, no?
Yes po,
These
beyond
are
budget.
all policy considerations.
Yes, since we will be conducting full audit, performance and assessment, technical, financial, and legal, then covered na po lahat yung assessment. To be, of course, our stakeholders, the suppliers and the electric cooperatives and distribution utilities will be the one to implement whatever findings we will have.
Right.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Because we have a team actually, we're working with the court and MIC even, together with DOE. We've identified some islands also that not necessarily hindi kailangan budget. These are major works and we're targeting this and trying to find funding. I think Nea can further explain on this also, Mr. Chair.
So missionary areas, the only option we have is to buy more generators and PC. Diba? But you can more than I'll be more than happy to be corrected. Kasi nung first instinct ko, but if there's other solutions and if we can help, kasi budget season nga, if we can help allocate funds to help Masbate, Catanduanes, and isa Camiguin, tutulong kami.
No, just let us know what do you guys need.
Permission, Mr. Chair, to relate the ongoings and the partnership with MIC. The project at Mindoro took off already, and this is the acquisition of the NPC asset of the backbone of the whole of the island of Mindoro. So we are designing it to have a radial sub-transmission backbone or transmission backbone into the whole island, and thereby upgrading the backbone itself, because the backbone right now needs rehabilitation. So MIC will acquire the distribution backbone, and that will be upgraded, and that was designed by the UP College of Engineering, Professor Wali. So we are following that, and then MIC will be in partnership with Transco to be the system operator. And the idea is, if it will be fully implemented, there will just be one Mindoro electric cooperative supplying the whole island. And the same template will be done with the island of Palawan. Palawan is being supplied by a single line diagram, almost 600, 700 kilometers. And there was also a design that we will follow, wherein north will be one loop, Puerto Princesa will be another loop, and the south of Palawan will be another loop. And that is to improve the voltage quality and the delivery and reliability of the electric generation in the whole island.
In addition lang, Mr. Chair, that's Palawan, Mindoro, and we're also assessing Siargao, Basilan, Siquijor, Catanduanes, Masbate was supposed to be there, naunahan lang na, and Camotes pala. Now, so when we talk about Siquijor and Basilan, it's the lines inside eh. We have to improve that kasi isang dapo lang ng ibon dyan, baka it's really an old system. So we have the numbers already that's needed for Siquijor and Basilan. Siargao and Catanduanes, other than improving the lines, pwede siya ma-connect through submarine subsea cables. So those are things that we are already assessing. It's the funding that's tricky. That's why we're trying to bring in MIC in some of the projects. But in some, we might find funding from NEA and other sources that we can find. But iba talaga mahuhuli sila dahil kulang talaga yung budget. Because just by, as an example, Siargao, I think, was that the connection? Mga 800 million. Just to connect Siargao to the mainland, it's already 800 million, Mr. Chair. So we're trying to, through loans or through other fundings or through GAA, that's what we're trying to figure out with these islands. Because these islands are potential tourist areas, Mr. Chair.
Example, Camotes tourist area yan. Of course, Basilan is a thriving province, and then you have Siargao, Siquijor. These are tourism. Most of these are very important tourism areas.
We have assessed already Basilan, Siargao. Ano pa bang mga napunta niyo?
So the funding will come from MIC, Maharlika.
Only with regard to Mindoro and Palawan, Mr. Chair. In Siargao, the circumstance is that last December, nagkaroon ng glitch yung submarine cable nila. So we are now trying to put an N-1, no? So NEA loaned in the tune of 840 million to Siargao to do an N-1. So mahirap, baka biglang bumigay. I mean, dugtong na lang kasi siya, Mr. Chair. So it was apparent that Congressman Dagook really would put an N-1 submarine cable connecting the three islands. And the same thing with Basilan. Kahit na magdagdag kami ng generation, if we will not put a rehabilitation or do a rehabilitation of the distribution backbone, the whole island will still suffer a poor quality of electricity. And that is what we're doing right now. We did a study. It's in the tune of 400 to 500 million. I already started pouring in 100 million before the end of this year, and we'll just be doing it in phaseology. Although generation NPP, there's a pending CSP that is being conducted, and the new NPP will come in.
So I heard earlier, Administrator, that ang Maharlika papasok sa ganitong mga projects?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Specifically transmission projects?
Yes, sub-transmission. Actually, 2 years ago, Mr. Joel Consing visited in my office, and they want to put money into the power energy industry. So these are the things that were suggested to MIC. We developed it, and now we are implementing it in Mindoro already.
What will be the arrangement? Obviously, they will be the funders, but who will own the asset?
They will be the asset owners.
They'll be the asset
and they will be actually bundling with the franchise of Transco to be, for Transco to do the system operation so they can recover from the investment of the assets.
Mostly this will be in the SPUG areas.
SPUG areas, sir.
Mostly in the SPUG areas.
Yes, sir.
But these are not small SPUG areas like Palawan.
Well, Mindoro and Palawan, I believe, consist 60% of the UCME, consumes
correct,
60% of the UCME. So hopefully, with the rehabilitation, upgrading of the distribution backbone, a lot of renewables can be accommodated. And the same is true with Palawan.
Sila na rin dapat mag-fund nung hybrid. Kabit na nila doon, hybrid system, para mapababa yung UCME.
Hindi pa namin pag-uusapan, Mr. Chair, but they are just limiting themselves into the transmission assets.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm inquiring because I know that marami mga problematic areas, and it's the budget season. So if the Senate can intervene in allocating some portions to improve the electricity situation in those areas, now is the time. And I know that NPC, hindi lang ba NPC ito? Kasi typically pag SPAG, NPC ang kausap eh. So it will be a multi-agency
Actually, it's a
approach.
multi-agency coordination already,
Okay,
Mr.
just
Chair.
let us know how we can help.
Because, Mr. Chair, we more or less we've identified where MIC should come in, and some other parts maybe private can come in as whether it's a PPP or a solicited proposal from them. But there are other parts talaga na we need government support, especially Siargao and Basilan, I would say, right now. So we'll just prepare the papers, the documents, and we can send it to your office.
Let us
Mr.
know,
Chair.
lalo na Siargao kasi tourism areas yan eh. So kung walang kuryente, kawawa yung mga hotels. Hindi naman rin sila pwede mag-generator all the time. Lulugi sila.
That was what happened, Mr. Chair, last time. They suffered 13 days of no electricity. Magpapasko pa naman. So,
Kung generator sila, ang cost nila pagbili is 26 pesos per kilowatt hour. No?
or more.
Or more. Oo. So, hindi magso-survive yung negosyo nila pag
That's
ganyan.
true.
No? So, kailangan talaga nila ng electricity. Yeah. Just let us know how we can intervene and support. And then my last question to NPC, nakita ko this is about missionary electrification. In 2023, the utilization rate is 72%. Then in 2024, bumaba siya to 55%. And how are we doing what seems to be the problem with missionary electrification? This is one of your core mandates. And I saw in your presentation earlier that meron pang 450,000 na mga households na in the missionary areas na hindi pa electrified. So, have you improved the utilization rate?
Mr. Chair, it was before my time.
Yes,
but,
definitely before your time.
The quick answer to the question is it was deferred by the NPC board at that time.
Mababa kasi utilization. In fact, in 2022 is only 14%, 2023 is 58%, 2024 23%. This is a core mandate. Yeah, these are missionary electrification. These are actually the implementation ng mga tie lines, distribution lines na hindi natuloy. Ito, yeah, so merong sa Hulo na mga tie lines. This one is Palawan also, no? May mga tie lines din sa Palawan na hindi natuloy yung implementation because it was deferred. So that's why yung utilization that bumagsak at that time. And what's the action plan to improve utilization? So while it's deferred, it doesn't mean that it's not going to push through. It's actually being pushed through. Then we're pushing that to be 90%. Mr. Chair. Kaya ba within the years that feasible? Yeah, naka-target na, Mr. Chair. 90%. All right, sige. We'll monitor that. Thank you. Thank you. I'll go to NEA, to Administrator Almeda. And I just want to get some updates on the solar home systems in mainstreaming. I think this is a good project. Alam ko na
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Explained this very well last time, I remember.
Yeah, we did the presentation.
Maganda siya, no? So I just want to get an update kung state ng solar home system project natin.
We are able to energize, installed already about 30,000
units. There's an ongoing installation of 12,000